So here's the thing. I have always been fascinated by cults, or more specifically, cult leaders. There's just something so interesting about them, how one person with a slick tongue can convince seemingly normal people to do very not normal things. They prey upon weak and vulnerable people, promising them family, or answers, or healing, or anything along those lines, when their actual intentions are far more sinister. However, unfortunately, given the type of content I make, I can't really talk about that too much. I make videos on weird, wacky internet bullshit. I can't exactly just suddenly gear shift and start talking about Jonestown out of nowhere. If only there was a cult that also tied into wacky internet bullshit. Wait a second! Mormon! Spirit Science is an online cult started by Jordan Dunkus, also known as Jordan D, also known as River Jordan, also known as Your New Messiah. The best way I can summarize Spirit Science is that it's exactly what you think would happen if a Newgrounds animator woke up one day, started sniffing glue, and said, fuck it, let's start a cult. Jordan and his followers, who I'm going to call Spirit Scientists because I think that's funny, have gotten into some real wacky shenanigans, as well as some truly awful stuff, but that's for later. Just remember, you all voted for this. So get comfy, grab your crystals, and burn some incest as I tell you the story of Spirit Science, the internet's insane cult. As I said previously, Jordan D got his start on Newgrounds in 2005. Oh god, I have to explain what Newgrounds is. Newgrounds was, during its heyday, an incredibly popular website that focused on user-created art, videos, and flash games. It was actually the first massive website to focus on user-created content, predating YouTube by years. It's definitely not as prominent in modern internet culture as it was back then. Hell, I doubt it'll ever reach those heights again, but it is still a decently popular site for that sort of content. And it's not like it's completely forgotten, it is where Friday Night Funkin' and ENA came from, so clearly it still does have a level of cultural relevancy. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, this fucking guy. Jordan's initial contributions were certainly of their time.
Are you Dante, son of Sparta?
Yes.
Good. Think fast!
Let's rock!
Hey, don't you laugh, this was the digital circus of its era. Jordan would create a variety of animations, however his most popular creation was Patchman, a blue patch thing that he would animate going on wacky hijinks. Except that was a lie! Jordan didn't create Patchman, a friend of his, Andy Koenig, did. The only reason why I bring this up is because I truly wonder what Andy thinks about what happened next, because, you know, technically this is partially his fault. You see, Patchman would essentially go on to be Jordan's mascot, propelling him to relative fame. Jordan was very much a B-tier Newgroundser, definitely had followers, but just wasn't quite at the height of the A and S tiers of the time. But everything changed for Jordan in 2010. See, according to him, he was raised non-denominationally. Despite his parents being religious, they did not want to impose their beliefs on their son, and instead allowed him to figure out what he believed in on his own. In other words, they're hippies who are directly responsible for everything that happens next. Jordan would begin what I can only describe as a spiritual quest in 2010, seeking out answers and trying to find what he truly believes in. He would research spirituality, visit different churches, all that crap. His search for answers would come to an end when he found a book called The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life by a man named Drunvalo Melchizedek. Drunvalo claimed that the ancient Egyptian god Thoth appeared before him one day and blessed him with knowledge of the secrets of the universe and sacred geometry. No, I'm not joking, he did say that. Also, for the record, he was not born with that name. Melchizedek is an ancient biblical character from the Old Testament who's obscure, but does have a lot of reverence as an early member of the church. His real name is Berard Perona, which I'm going to call him going forward because I think the name Bernard is funny. Also, why the fuck would you change your name to Drunvalo? That name is even worse than Bernard. Oh shit, a storm's a-brewing. This door is supposed to remain closed, god damn it. You're not supposed to know the secret behind that door. The secrets shall remain. You're teased with it. You couldn't see what was all the way in there. All right, where the fuck was I? Jordan's life would be forever changed by Bernard's work, going absolutely full nutcase, reading all of his books, and becoming a devout follower of Bernard's teachings. Jordan knew he had to spread the word. He wouldn't just become a follower of Bernard, he would become his most outspoken prophet. And he was going to use Patchman to do it. And so, on April 11th, 2011, the first episode of Spirit Science was released on Newgrounds.
Can you feel it? A sort of anticipation growing stronger and stronger? Another way of putting it is time is speeding up. I've heard that discussion for a while now.
You didn't ask for this. You didn't choose this. Yet you're a Nazi.
The Spirit Science series was, for its time, rather successful, as he was actually able to convince a decent amount of his following to hear him out, as it were. Before long, Jordan and the Spirit Scientists would completely break containment and begin to spread out to other websites like Facebook or even their own website, SpiritscienceCentral.com. What the fuck is going on with this cursor? Here you can not only learn about China's secret psychic army, but also buy incredibly overpriced spiritual bullshit. $75 for a pack of cards! Home. There are no products in this collection. Well, you got the picture for it. Oh, look at these reviews. Oh, no. Oh, who the fuck are you? It's around this time that Jordan would undergo his first big stunt for his Spirit Scientists, breaking into a fucking hospital.
I've infiltrated a hospital to find out more about how this place works. I want to know what modern society knows about healing.
Yes, this is a real thing that happened in our real world. Jordan D., leader of the Spirit Scientists, broke into a hospital, dressed in full scrubs, to figure out what modern medicine looks like. He recorded himself doing this, as well as doctors doing their job, including fucking surgery. Now, to be fair, it is argued that Jordan may have actually gotten permission to enter the hospital, but I find it hard to believe that the doctors would be okay with him recording an opened man. It also just makes him look crazy, not helped by the fact that his first observation is...
My first observation was the incredible lack of crystals.
My first observation was the incredible lack of crystals. This fucking guy. You think Jordan has a J.O. crystal? Jordan would also make liberal use of psychedelic drugs, including ayahuasca, going on multiple retreats where he claimed that he was given visions of the secrets of the universe and all that bullshit. He would go on to have other outrageous stunts, like claiming that while on one of these ayahuasca retreats, Jesus Christ himself appeared before Jordan and told him that Emma Watson, famous actress Emma Watson, was his soulmate and also the female incarnation of Jesus Christ. Again, yes, he said this.
Because Jesus, I was talking to him and he was like, well, what do you want to know? He's like, you know me so well already. What more do you want in this moment? And I was like, I don't know. I just thought I'd call you in because everyone else was doing it. To declare by the power vested in me that Emma Watson is the embodiment of Christ in woman.
I had to borrow footage from a different YouTuber because Jordan deleted this video, so everyone go watch Just Jake, unless he's a horrible person that got canceled. I don't know who this guy is. I'm gonna assume he's good though. I have faith in people. Oh, it's getting dark out. Yeah, this storm is really rolling in. Thoth must be angered by my mocking of his disciple. I must get through this quickly before he strikes me down. This is what Jordan is known for, just weird, random, out-of-context bullshit that he just says sometimes. But something that rarely gets any focus, outside of a couple of specific elements, is the actual mythology of spirit science. Which just begs the question, what do spirit scientists actually believe? Hello, I'm Professor Strongman. I'm joined today with Professor Rascal. I understand that his views on differential human evolution are controversial to say the least and very hate-filled to say the most, but he's also the only person with a doctorate who agreed to speak with me at this seminar. Today we'll be breaking down spirit science. That's right, I will be breaking down the entire mythology of spirit science, mostly. What the fuck was that? There will be parts that I cut out for time-sake purposes. We're just focusing on the necessary stuff that you need to know in order to understand spirit science lore. All right, let's begin. This is a scuffed production. This, oh, you can kind of see it right there. This thing is currently being held up by a couple of power drills and a jar of screws. In the beginning, there was a void with only one thing in it. Spirit, as it's called. Now, the thing about being in a void is that you can't really do anything while you're in there. You kind of have to just exist and that's it. But you see, Spirit wanted to do more. It wanted to exist. It wants to experience things. So, what it did is it thought. And in that moment, it created this is gonna be a terrible circle, by the way, a sphere around itself. And that sphere of consciousness created a whole bunch of stuff. Not everything, but a whole bunch of stuff that was in there now, both physical and ideas and all that sort of stuff. Would you, do you have something you'd like to add, Professor Rascal? No, I suppose he doesn't. Well, we'll just allow him to do his business. Now, when this spirit, which Jordan D calls the creator, did this, it didn't do it in a vacuum. It actually created a sound. Oh, shit. Professor Rascal has to go get some whiskey. He'll be right back later. But when this happened, it created a sound. Ka. By the way, I do have terrible handwriting, so my apologies for that. But anyways, the creator, yes, I know, the creator experienced everything within this, right? And he was like, wow, I want to do that again. So what he did is he moved directly up to the very edge of the first sphere, and then he did it again. And that made the sound of Ra. Then he went down this way and he did it again, which made Ya. Then another one, this isn't to scale, by the way, these are all supposed to be perfect circles, but another one like there, which made Sa. This one here made Ta. This one over here made Ha. And another one over here made La. Now that is the universe, but it's not just this set. It continues to expand outward basically forever, but that's effectively what our universe is. Now, let's jump forward a little bit. Do I not have yellow? What the fuck? Okay, I guess we're... So then we got the Sun, Mercury, Venus is Mars. And you might be confused by its color, but don't worry, that'll make sense later. And between Venus and Mars, there was another planet comprised in...
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago. They became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal pot-belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Hey, what's going on? You are watching Extra Chill Goblin. It's the fucking Sunday of the month. Just one of the 4 Sundays of the month, or however many. June 21st. We're broadcasting to you live from an undisclosed location deep in the heart of the Imperial Core underbelly. You can fight the deep state by giving this stream a like, a comment, and if you can figure out how to do it, throw me a hype. That's the new thing. You can hype it. I don't know. All of that stuff, if you do it, it counts as activism. That's praxis. Do your own research and find my main YouTube channel, Patreon, and Twitter at Chill Goblin, sometimes with an underscore. You can use code ChillGoblin, all one word, for 20% off Means TV. Join the Gob Cord at the link in the description. The program I use for organizing notes is called Obsidian. That's not a plug, really. It's just people ask that question a lot. Come on now, let's do this. All right, gang. Chat stuck, Blue Arrow. Great start. I don't know why it does that. I just know how to refresh. Here we go. That and the clap. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, we're back. Gang, what is up?
There is another Chill Goblin hit piece.
Oh, shit. Another Chill Goblin hit piece. What's Chill Goblin like?
Great bread tube.
Great bread tube. Those are my new sound drops. Oh, I also got this one.
This is just unbelievably macabre and evil.
Oh, jeez. Gobsidian. Yes, Sizzle Bacon. I like where your mind's at. Your twisted brain came up with Gobsidian. We're gonna do Gobsidian. I actually have like 2 Gobsidian boards to go over with you guys today. So hope you guys are ready for some really intensely boarded out all of these fucking cork boarding our way to the truth over here. You know, you're sticking your pins and your red string up, but you get to do it digitally, so you don't look so crazy. You only see a little bit of it at a time. It's only when I zoom back out, you're like, oh, geez, you spent too much time on this, dude. Anyway, each like builds communism by a fraction of a percent. That's true. Yes, a very small fraction, but it does help. It doesn't hurt, probably. No, but probably, well, in some way. Well, I don't know. Listen, that's not my job to think about. Anytime that those questions come up, I instantly revert back to I am just being an entertainer, and it's actually not activism, what I do. Gob drop inbound. Oh, I wonder if Alex Jones will get a hair transplant as a publicity stunt. Yeah, he should do it. He should get he should get a crazy wig. Yes. What were we? Huh? It's about that goddamn time. Sizzle Bacon with another thing. All right, with another gob pun. Newgrounds lore from Scum. Yes. That was I did enjoy that. The video that we were just watching had a Newgrounds segment. I was posting shit on Newgrounds back in the day, very not successfully at all. But I didn't get Newgrounds was weird because like unlike YouTube, right? You put up your fucking flash animation and then it was there for I forget how long. Like I think like a day maybe or a week or something. There was like a trial period where like people would come and vote for it, like. Thumbs up, thumbs down, or whatever kind of thing, or was it had to be over a certain percentage? I forget. But if it wasn't good, it would get fucking banned. Like it wouldn't get banned. It would just get deleted off of fucking Newgrounds. But yeah, I had shit on Newgrounds, Albino Black Sheep. Maybe some stream someday I'll go over some of my old animations I made in like high school and shit. They're a little bit cringe, but you know. What do you want from me? You know, hey, listen. I'm cringe now. I was even more cringe when I was like 17. Alex would look great with a mullet. So would Soldier Boy. Oh wait, so was Soldier Boy. What were we talking about? Was Soldier Boy on Newgrounds? Dang, what the heck? Trump met that dark elf from the second Thor movie? What the heck? More like a light elf, really, if you ask me. I don't know about Thor movie number 2. I saw the good one that what's his name? The Australian guy directed. And I didn't see the bad one that he directed. No idea. They look like the elves from Hellboy 2, The Golden Compass, right? The Guillermo del Toro movie. Those are the kinds of movies I watch. Oh, sorry, you're talking about a Marvel movie? I only watch movies by true cinematic visionaries like Guillermo del Toro. Yeah, that's a little thing about me. I only watch good movies. No, I watch bad movies sometimes. You gotta watch bad movies sometimes, okay? Sometimes you gotta let your fiance pick a movie to watch, and you just gotta sit through it. That's being a good partner. Ragnarok. Oh yeah, that's the one I watched. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, for a Marvel movie. It was cool. It was pretty good. It was good. I liked it. I enjoyed it. Gang. Okay. What? What? No, let me talk about this dude though. Yes. Okay, we got the SirStrongman. This is the dude we opened it up with. I like this guy's voice. You know, he's got like a funny voice. It doesn't matter what he's talking about. I just kind of want to hear him talk. Whatever it is he might have on the agenda, I want to listen. His voice is funny to me. Let's just listen to a couple seconds more.
It's horrible. Hang on. So like I said, between Mars and Venus, there was another planet called Nibiru, which was...
See, I don't know. Something about his voice is very fun. It's almost, you know, he kind of sounds like the Red Letter Media guy, the specific guy that used to do the Star Wars reviews, the long Star Wars reviews. Like, hang on. Now, here's the thing about spirit science. Like, I don't know. I really can't do it, but I do enjoy it. But yeah, this is a newish YouTuber, I think. Small but growing, 6.88 subscribers, SirStrongman. Let me toss you guys a link in here. He does a long video going over spirit science. Rather, SirStrongman, spirit science. That's too many S's. That's far too many alliterative words. And that was a week ago. He's got another video out. He is just fucking pounding these things out. I don't think people say it like that. But wait, he's got... Oh, wow. Okay. So he does a lot of stuff. Okay. So it's mostly about like internet drama, it looks like. But yeah, by all appearances, this is a hard-working YouTuber. He's got the Blender Donut, you know. He's got all kinds of stuff going on here. And he seems like, to me, funny and likable guy. So go give him a subscription. One of the old subscriptions. Let me throw this in here. Is he named after the fermented fish? Is what? What do you mean? Is that a thing? Is that the name of a fish? SirStrongman? Hang on now. We're going to get to the bottom of this. No, that's just him. SirStrongman. Louis Sir was a Canadian strongman. Whoa. Okay, now I really don't know what you mean. But listen, today is not the day that we get to the bottom of whether or not SirStrongman is named after a fish. I'm sorry. There are other things that are occupying my mind right now, okay? There's more things we got to do. And one of those things is going over to Obsidian. Gobsidian, that is. Gobsidian. Wow. Gobsidian, gob it up with Gobsidian. We got to talk about this picture from Jon Stewart, Illinois. This dude posted this picture. Maybe you guys have seen it. I went down quite a rabbit hole trying to figure out what was going on here. And I did figure out what was going on here. And I haven't seen it reported elsewhere. So this is breaking. How do I do this? I never have had a breaking story before. Breaking. Do you say is it like breaking and then you colon and you say your own name, or you say like me or something like, I am breaking this story. I always forget. I see people do it sometimes, but I forget what the format is. Oh, geez, I'm ruining it. All right, let's just get into this. So Jon Stewart posted, almost sounds like he's trying to do like a Twitter joke of Jon Stewart Mill, but no, his name's Jon Stewart and he's running for Congress in Illinois. He's a former pro wrestler. I looked into this. Godspeed, John. Hope you get it. Posted this picture. It appears to be Donald J. Trump, all right, hanging out with some pale guys. All right, that's not like him. Well, not that pale, but, hanging out with some guys with long white hair and red uniforms. And Jon Stewart posted, then immediately removed. Monocle face. So that's all he posted about. And my first question is, posted by who? Who posted this? What do you mean posted then immediately removed? What are you talking about? And I saw people in the comments and people sharing it elsewhere saying Donald Trump posted this to Truth Social and then I don't think that's true. I couldn't find any evidence for that. I got Wayback Machine. There's plenty of ways you can check on what got posted and immediately removed. This is it. This is like the only thing here. Yeah, it's an albino advocacy group. Sure. Yes, it could be. That could be it. It's a wraith from Stargate Atlantis. That could be it too. But all right, let's check this out, okay? So in the comments, people are like, that's obviously AI, man. You think it's fake? And then Jon Stewart goes, don't be a prick. I posted it because it was taken down right away, which made me very suspicious. And I'm like, oh, taken down from who? Oh, not aliens. That image is 100% AI-generated meme. Blah, 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 blah. Jon Stewart, I never said it was aliens. I just said it was posted and then taken down. Oh, okay. It says, Uncle John, where were they posted before they were removed? What was the original source? Okay, finally getting the questions asking the real questions here. John goes, I forgot. I forget. It had to be on X, but I forgot the pursuit you posted it, and they posted it from somebody that I think was either on Reddit or on Took It Off Right Away. What? Jon Stewart, I don't know if he's having a stroke while he writes this. I don't know if this is just, I don't know. Is this just what happens to your brain after you've been a wrestler for a while? That doesn't make sense to me. I forgot the pursuit you posted it in. They posted it from somebody that I think was either on Reddit and Took It Off Right Away. Anyway, so we're no closer to discovering the answer to this mystery. Who posted it and then immediately removed? That's what I'd like to know. Also, I did look into Jon Stewart, and he's just today posted, I will be conducting a deep PBS/60-minute style or level interview of my friend Richard Doty. His friend, Richard Doty, the ET spy, well known for being like the face of government psyops against the fucking UFO community, where they lie to they found his whole thing. If you watch the documentary Mirage Man or read the book, his whole thing is like he lied to a dude who was like reporting unusual activity that was actually the U.S. like Air Force doing experiments and shit. And then Richard Doty was like, yeah, no, it's an aliens, definitely aliens. And he basically like caused this dude to go insane. Anyway, so the dude that ran these UFO psyops, I think is very funny, is being interviewed by our boy Jon Stewart Ill. Anyway, that's all I got to say about Jon Stewart Ill, but I just think that's a little funny bit of context here. All right, so the picture gets posted, right? It's a little bit low res. It looks like it's taken from like a fucking old like flip phone or something. You know, it's not high quality. It's not high quality. It's whatever. It's what it is, you know. But pretty soon people start posting like other pictures. Okay, well, this one's higher quality. Look at that, eh? And we got this. Here's one of those guys talking to Putin. So these guys they get right here. He's talking to Xi. Look at this. Oh my God, we got them. Oh, and look at who this is, Macron. And it looks like they are holding spears. Like, are they his like guards or something, or are they just have those? They're like, no, we brought our spears to this one. No, we wanted to bring our spears because they look cool. They look cool, right? Right? They do sort of look like British royal guards, you know. They do have a little bit of that to them in their DNA. Now, these you might think these are AI, and you know, I think if you're trying to psyop people with AI images, better to do something like this that looks kind of shitty, because like there's just some like uncanniness to these ones that are so, like super polished. Where I'm like, oh, it's AI. AI did that, right? I mean, that's what my brain is telling me when I look at these. If you're over the age of, I don't know, 45. I know some people who are younger than that who are really into AI, but you know, boomers, Gen X, even like they seem to have a hard time distinguishing AI images. But for me, I look at this and I'm like, oh yeah, that's AI. I can't really tell you why. I just know. Right, but then there's these images these ones were also coming out, and okay, we've got Trump. He's bowling. For some reason he's bowling the wrong direction and with a little toy alien, not with a bowling ball. This one says, "Isla Heart Taco, Pope Leo XIV, Pope Leo XIV." What is? Huh? There's one they're doing karaoke. This one, they're drinking beers. This one, she's drinking she's drinking a beer, but she's got her both hands going up, and then they turn into just one hand. Do you see that? That's a little odd, eh? It's a little strange. But anyway, hey, listen, it's okay. You're allowed to do that. And then this guy posted this as a response to the original post here from Jon Stewart. Oh, hang on. Sorry, this always happens. Let me try and fix this. Okay, so I think the audio should work now. Oh, man. Okay, starting from the beginning. No. There we go.
We need to make a deal. What are your terms? The best terms you've ever seen.
And then they do a little dance. Yay! Fun. All right. Somebody made that. Somebody put that on a whatever AI app. This is why we need data centers. This is why we need as many data centers as possible, so Pro Football Journal can entertain himself and others. And to be honest, I was entertained by that. I'm not above being entertained by AI art. You guys know how I feel about AI, but I will admit, sometimes the AI videos are funny and delightful. Yeah, totally Trump voice. TM. It's funny. You'll notice Trump said something. It doesn't really sound like Trump. Trump says something, and then an alien says something, but they both have the same voice.
We need to make a deal. What are your terms?
You see that?
The best terms you've ever seen.
Anyway, ridiculous. Obviously, AI is not coming from no AI could ever do a Trump impression like me. What are your terms, alien? And we're gonna be the best terms you've ever seen in your life, okay? We don't need people coming from these shithole planets, okay? Tatooine, okay? We don't want people coming from these planets. All sorts of people you've never seen. Anyway, all right, I'll stop. There's a lot I could get into here. Okay, you know what? I'll save that. So if you're looking at this and you're thinking to yourself, what in the heck, huh? Why? What on earth? What do you mean? What do you mean? If you're looking at this, like, why did this take off? Well, there is actually a pre-existing lore about aliens that look like this. It's not just the Greys. It's not just the guys with the big praying mantis looking heads. It's not just them. There's also Nordics, okay? The Nordic aliens. Yes, the Pleiadians. It's okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's get into Pleiadians. I honestly could go on for a while about Pleiadians. I don't know how to say it. But there's like 3 vowels in a row, and it it frightens and offends me, and I just like Pleiadians, Pleiadian, it's crazy. No, not Palladium, Pleiadian. Okay, so these are aliens. We'll do a quick, brief overview of the Pleiadians, and then we'll move on to a second type of alien that they might be. The Pleiades, and that is how you say that, I think. The Pleiades are these 7 stars that you can see them visible to the naked eye. They're called the 7 sisters, I think, in whatever people used to call them that. I don't know. If you're into astrology, maybe you know more than me. But apparently, this is where the Pleiadians are from. And as you can see, here's a whole documentary about them you can watch on Gaia Online, which used to be the Netflix for yoga, but then it slowly turned more and more pilled until it just does shit like this now. Fully fascist conspiracy streaming platform. It's awesome. We got this picture here. I don't know, the Pleiadians. They're Nordic aliens. So they sort of believe that, they're like tall, blonde, blue-eyed, Aryan, Nordic, kind of Scandinavian-looking aliens from the Pleiades star system. And they came here and they actually bred with us, and they created white people. So that's what white people are. If you're white, you might already be a Pleiadians. corrupted mixed breed descendant. But yeah, you're starting to get like a little bit of a, maybe some weird kind of racist white supremacy vibes from this. You're not alone here. Actually, I found this video. Signs of Pleiadian heritage, discovering your galactic roots. Are you a Pleiadian? Let's find out. Let's find out.
Are you a Pleiadian?
Pleiadian. Is that what you're saying? The Galactic Federation. This is crazy too, because this is lady's YouTube page called Aurora Ray, but it's a dude's
Have you
AI
ever
voice.
wondered if you are from another planet? You might be wondering if you were abducted by aliens as a child.
Not really.
Or did your parents tell you that you were found in a cabbage patch or on their doorstep?
No.
So, how do you determine if you are from the Pleiades? I have had regular contact with them and can confirm their existence.
Oh, all right, okay,
Not
great.
only do they exist, but they are here to help us as we make our evolution into fifth dimensional beings.
Okay,
They have left us many clues to
I'm only on 3. I didn't even know about this. Let me just okay. So here's how they go. They can live up to 800 years.
Some are the same size as humans, and some are much taller than humans, averaging between 6'5" and 7 feet in height. In addition to the above, Pleiadians also have not only blue eyes, pale skin, and blonde hair, but they have different skin tones, eye, and hair colors, just like humans. Among other things, it is believed that these beings heal with sound or music and prefer to eat raw foods or plants for nutrition instead of meat. The Pleiadian people are said to be very positive beings.
So I'm vegetarian, but I do like to cook stuff before I eat it.
Always having a positive outlook on life. They believe that there is a higher power out there controlling everything, and they believe in karma as well.
No, that's not
Pleiadians are also very spiritual beings who often practice telepathy as a means of communication with one another.
That's not me.
Some of their
some of this stuff I'm like, maybe, and then it'll be the next thing will be like, and you can read people's minds. I'm like, no, definitely not. Compared to humans, subject to Pleiadians, you may be
Pleiadian. If you feel you don't belong on this planet and feel
okay, maybe. You might be Pleiadian if you feel you don't belong on this planet.
feel very different from most people around you.
And feel different from most people around you. All right.
If you have always been interested in space and distant planets and are fascinated by the universe, if you are a deep thinker
This just seems like
and have
neurodivergent symptoms. This isn't if you feel weird in social situations, if you're interested in space. Like, is that what a Pleiadian is? Is this what is this just like Trump getting cornered by a bunch of guys trying to tell him about trains? Like, anyway, you get the idea. There's a whole fucking, it's kind of like the Indigo Children kind of like spiritual, like, woo type stuff. But like, I gotta show you the darker side here. I found this Twitter post where he was reacting to this picture that we're talking about, and I gotta just read it to you. All right, strap in, buckle up. Buckle up, it's time to go to school. All right, take us to school, Skinwalker. Actual Nordic aliens are ascended light beings that traveled back in time to hybridize with humans so that we could harness Vril, thus creating white people and securing their own future existence in a bootstrap paradox. So they came back to breed with us so that we could live long, and then we could become them and go back in time to breed with us again. That seems like that would fuck up the gene pool. I don't know, that seems like kind of weird time travel incest, Nazi occultists first made contact with them via astral projection. The Nordics revealed they were locked in an existential war against an AI hive mind of Gestalt demon cultists attempting to breach the warp and devour all material realms into a nightmarish collective of mind rape assimilation. That was a long sentence, and there's a lot to digest there, I know. In exchange for I'm just going to move on. In exchange for a pact to reunite the scattered Nordics' ancestor-descendant hybrid bloodlines, the Nordics shared advanced technology and esoteric knowledge. Yada, 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 who cares? The Greys are the corrupted mirror image. They're other humans from the future who rejected ascension into the light and instead merged with the machine demons. So they are the gray aliens, which is the ones with the kind of praying mantis-looking head, the big eyes, the ones I'm talking about. They're AI, I guess. They're not just AI images. They actually are AI, and they're trying to go back in time to help AI. I don't fully get it. Anyway, Elon Musk started SpaceX to break through the firmament after he learned that the Jews and their Masonic allies, the original architects of the demon gestalt that would eventually become the Greys, subverted the Western nations to defeat the Nazis in an effort to destroy the esoteric knowledge they acquired to astral. Oh my God, this sentence is so long. Astral project as well as the interdimensional UFO tech. So, okay, so you get the idea here. So, the Jews teaming up with the Masons, that's like an old ass conspiracy theory. That's in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. That's like fucking that's an old one. Elon Musk, who I will note also owns one of the big AI companies, but this guy sees him as a good guy because he built SpaceX. And when he says firmament, that's the dome over the flat Earth. So there's a lot of tells in this that this guy's like pretty deep. This guy's very pilled. Oh yikes, there it is. I mean, yeah, like if you're if you're wondering if like is this Pleiadian theory, is it like a little bit Nazi? Is there some kind of Nazi DNA in this? There is. There totally is in this. And there were a lot of people when this image came out also being like, this proves the fucking woke people wrong, that actually white people are superior race. This proves it. This proves all this white supremacy shit that we've been saying. And it's just like, you know, there's another one. I mean, fuck, I could go on and on. There's so much to get into here. But there's also Agartha, which is not a planet. It's inside of the Earth. It's a hollow Earth theory. One of the drag queens on RuPaul believes in this, Kira Colby. I don't know if she believes in like everything about it, but she just mentioned once in an interview. It's like, what the hell? Really? Anyway, Agartha, it's a legendary kingdom said to be the inner surface of the earth. This one you might know of from like some viral things that have gone, you know, they've gotten big on like TikTok, where it's like, there's a bunch of kind of like meme lore about it, where you drink a white Monster Energy drink and then you get transported to Agartha, the earth's inner world. You're welcomed there by Yakub, the like black guy with the big brain that invented white people, you know, that whole thing. And Charlie Kirk is their king. I'll just show you guys one little video here. Charlie Kirkinator, Alex Jones go to Agartha. This is just
Holy shit, H. Jones, get the fuck out of here.
We need to go now. The deep state is scraping our signals. They're eating the babies. No time to explain.
Go where? It's 4 a.m. Nigga, what the fuck?
Antarctica.
I would love to keep the music going, but I think I do have to pause it or I'll get copyright struck. All the things you said, running through my head, is not in. What is this place? Home, Charlie. This is not enough. There's JD Vance, a really tall version. Hulk Hogan. There's Yakub. Hey, it's fucking McAfee, John McAfee. Oh, that was so good. It's Kash Patel saying, "I'll see you in Valhalla, brother." Remember? Because he said that about, he said that about Charlie Kirk, I guess, right? "I'll see you in Valhalla, brother." So they made him blonde. I mean, I'm sure that the guy who made this is probably very racist, but I'm sorry. I think it's a little funny. "See you in Valhalla, brother." Cool. JD Vance gives him a goblet. And there we got the sun, the what's it called? The Sonnenrad, the black sun in the background. That's like a kind of occult Nazi symbol. They're hiding in plain sight, the Nazis. So, like, once again, you got to be like, is there something a little bit white supremacist coded here? Yes, there is. There 100% is. Anyway, all right. I think that's all I need to really get into about here. Yeah, Oliver Tree was about to expose the Agartha. You're right, yeah. And yeah, he did a documentary about Antarctica, right? I was thinking about learning more about that guy, but I didn't really make the time for it. Anyway, so this is what, like, if you're wondering why this blew up, there's a pre-existing lore behind guys that look like this. There's at least two, big ones that they could have gone for. And I think mostly is the Pleiadians, the Nordics, the Nordic aliens. But anyway, so this person, Carolina, goes, "It's just a coincidence, right? Right, guy." It shows picture. There's the picture we just saw, and there's like another picture. I'm looking at this picture. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What do you mean it's just a coincidence? What the fuck? Huh? you talking about? And I found a larger version of it from reverse image search, and I found a larger version of that from reverse image search. And this is actually the cover of The Economist, The World Ahead 2026. So it's sort of like, okay, so check it out. It's like World Cup, right? There's a guy kicking a soccer ball, and then on the soccer ball, some cartoonist has drawn like a bunch of shit that will happen. They're the magazine Economist, you know, what Current Affairs calls the worst magazine in America, or I think, or maybe in the world. No, sorry, that's The Atlantic. No, The Economist just sucks. Liberalism at large. Anyway, whatever. I'm getting sidetracked here. Kicking the ball, and I did find one way bigger version of it, but it's in, what is it, Spanish? Yeah, I think so. So here we go. All right. I got this. I blew this out so you can actually see it. We got Trump. And then next to him, we got Modi. I think that's supposed to be Modi, right? The Indian leader doing the robot or something. And then next to them, who's that? What the heck? Yeah, Economist is British. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking about The Atlantic. Yeah, Lenin had a good line on The Economist. What did Lenin say about it? I remember they like posted about it when he, like, the anniversary of his death or something. He once called us, blah, 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 blah. Right? Is that the one you're talking about? Anyway, but yeah, I don't know who that is. I thought about reading The Economist and figuring it out, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to read every part of The Economist's World Ahead. But, you know, just a coincidence, right? I mean, yeah, like he's not, whoever this is isn't wearing the same clothes. That's a Pleiadian. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe it is. I assume it's another world leader. I mean, I don't know. The cartoonist's stylization here. I mean, like, I feel like, you know, that's Xi Jinping, but then is one of these guys supposed to be Netanyahu? I think I saw one over here. This guy looks like Zelensky, right? Pills. There's lots of pills. There's lots of tanks and guns, syringe, boxing, skiing, Olympics, maybe, I don't know, sports, rocket ships, satellites. I mean, you know, there's just like there's a bunch of stuff here. It's a little hard. Oh, Putin. Oh, yeah. So I guess the guy in the middle is supposed to be Putin, and then is that supposed to be Netanyahu? Weird. Anyway, okay, whatever. Who cares? That this person goes coincidence, right? But a lot of people ran with this. But actually, okay, I'm sure you can imagine. Yes, Finland. The Economist, a journal that speaks for the British millionaires. Yeah, okay, that was it. Yeah, that's pretty much still true. And billionaires. And yes, in Lenin's day, a millionaire is probably the equivalent to a centimillionaire, if not billionaire. Yeah. All right, so while I was looking into this shit, I still had no idea where it was from. And I was looking to find out, like, has anyone, like, fucking debunked this? Is there a Snopes article on this shit? There isn't. But I found something that I thought was, like, very weird, and I don't know that I've really seen it before. A lot of these pilled guys, so this person says, I'm just going to say, Hive says it's not AI. Hive, I don't really know what Hive is, but I don't really trust any of these, like, you know, AI powered, like, AI, you know, you put an image there and it'll tell you if it's AI generated or not. I don't really trust them. You know, like, this isn't, maybe it's correct more than half the time. I don't know. But, like, a lot of times I see shit and I'm like, no, what? But apparently Hive said this input is 0% like AI generated. It's like, there's no chance that this is AI generated. Right? And it's just like, that really 0% chance? I mean, that's crazy. But then I started noticing something, right? A lot of these people, including Carolina, they saw, like, as you can see from, like, the comments on the original thing that I showed you guys earlier, pretty much everyone was like, this is AI, obviously. Come on, dude, you moron. This is AI. How do you keep falling for this stuff? And all of the influencers at first, they were like, what the heck? Weird. Oh, this is interesting. And then suddenly, the pilled influencers started being like, by the way, in my view, this is nothing more than the latest PSYOP. It's like, so you were the one that posted that it wasn't AI. See, now you think it's a psyop, you know? And, you know, that's not what I'm saying is it was super unusual. Like, this is pretty normal, pretty typical post, you know? Just going back on it, trying to ride the wave of opinion, trying to get as many fucking impressions as possible. But we started getting shit like this. This is from, like, another, like, you know, insane person. Debunking it, okay? This is like a debunk. Nice try. Trump only works and answers to Galactic Federation. Benevolent ET Angels Q+, which is accurately depicted in the first picture. So this guy's like, wrong. The Galactic Federation doesn't even wear clothes like that. The second picture is a false representation of the Galactic Federation, or the Nordics, going around causing confusion. While we are on the right track and Pleiadian disclosure seems a step closer to mainstream, it isn't completely there yet. Expect more deception and confusion until the shift. We're close. And that guy did write an entire article about what the shift is. Here's another guy. Oh, we're close. Connect the dots. A high-level insider. They always got a high-level insider who they will not name. A high-level insider said Trump's in contact with Galactic Federation. Like, this is apparently like a thing that people think. What was this? What did I see here? Okay, just a random thing. But, like, I find it noteworthy that these guys are doing debunks. It's weird. That's not their usual MO. All right, now this. Oh, I think I have to show you this on the internet, on Chrome. One sec. This is not enough. Oh yeah, I read this one already. Connect the dots. Yeah, this one. All right. So this is like a long ass post. It was originally in Chinese, and this image had spread. I think a lot of the shit I saw was in Chinese or Portuguese or Spanish, and I don't know, even other languages. Like, this spread all over the place. These pictures, everybody was interested in them. But this guy's like, by the end of this year into next, they're going to launch a psychological war against humanity using aliens and UFOs. The weapon for this war comes from the Blue Beam Project. Blah 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 blah. Okay, because I don't think I really need to read all this actually. Still don't get it? This world is one giant pig butchering scam. A pig butchering scam is just a low-level version of psychological warfare. What? So this guy posts these things, and I have no idea where these images came from. I'm assuming just from him, but I'm going to go back to what's sitting here. Check this out, okay? Look at this. Who are the men meeting with Trump? Answer, and this looks like a Snopes article, right? It's got like, fact-checked, debunked. Answer, these are the members of the King's Guard of Norway. Now, so I was like, oh shit, okay, somebody figured it out. These are the members of the King's Guard of Norway. Really? Is that what they look like? And then he's got a picture here, and you'll notice the guys in this one, they don't look so pale. They're like a little bit rosy cheeked. They got a little life to them. I mean, they look more like, I really do look like as pale as the ones before. You know, I got to put colored lights on me to look like I have a fucking pulse. But these guys look different. Actually, you know what? I will go to the internet. I think I'll be easier to like zoom in and shit on there. Right? See how pink these guys are? Like, they're just a little bit more pink than they are in the other ones. They don't look like they're wearing fucking goth makeup. Original photo, higher quality. Donald Trump talks with members of King's Guard of Norway outside the White House. So they were Nordics after all. Okay, cool. Where and when? There's a Guardian article. Trump jokes about Melania as he hosts Norway's president. U.S. president makes quip about First Lady despite her absence as he holds talks with Harold V. at the White House. This photo was published by many news outlets on May 15th, 2018, during a visit to Norway's King Harold V and Queen Sonja to the White House. Who are they? They are members of the King's Guard, Kongens Guard of Norway. The King's Guard is the Norwegian monarch's official guard and ceremonial unit. They are known for their distinctive uniforms and long light hair. There's another picture of them. King's Guard of Norway. Unlike the British royal guards who wear bearskin hats, the King's... I didn't know that. Is that what they're made of? Bearskin? Jesus Christ. The King's Guard of Norway traditionally wears their hair long. Oh, okay. President Trump and the Norwegian King and Queen review the King's Guard outside the White House, and there they are. Look at this. You got Trump, we got, I guess, the Norwegian King and Queen. Okay. Mystery solved. Thank you. Chinese guy who also believes, by the way, in the same thing. He's also posts this where he's like, And also, The Economist publisher, this ball that they drew is actually telling us secrets of the whole year. In February and May and July and November and December, you'll notice there's a satellites and drones. That means that aliens will come in these months. Like, that's what. Anyway, so the guy's pill, but he gave this like helpful thing, right? Well, no, not actually helpful at all, because I will tell you when I forgot that I actually blown it up on here already. Okay, whatever. When I looked into this, everything here is wrong. There is no Guardian. I looked for this fucking Guardian article. Don't exist. It's not on. This is like fake. This is a photoshopped thing. They're members of the King's Guard, Kongens Guard. Okay. Oh, really? I look up, and these are like fucking, pictures, like closer ones I found from other sites, but these are all like conspiracy guys, as you can see from the big red circle. And I look at it, the Kongens Guard looks like this. This is what the Norwegian Kongens Guard looks like. And for this, I actually will go to the fucking Google, because like I got it, or the DuckDuckGo. I Googled it on DuckDuckGo. Kongens Guard. These guys, they do not have the long hair. They do not have the fucking red. They wear hats. Like this looks nothing like that. You can scroll for days. You will not find anybody that looks like those other guys. Well, okay, now I've scrolled enough and I've found. But these are actually, you know what these are? This isn't the Norwegian Guard. This is the British Royal Guard from a Norwegian like page. Hans Majestet Kongens Guard. Like this isn't the Norwegian ones. These are the Brit. This is the Wikipedia page image of the Royal Guard, the King's Guard, or whatever they fucking call it. I don't know. I ain't no monarchist. I don't learn these things. But this is the page on the Norwegian Wikipedia. So no, it's simply not true. So I'm like, this was blowing my mind, because I'm like, oh my God, these fucking guys, they're debunking this picture with just total bullshit. Like, all of this shit's made up. And it says this photo was published by many news outlets on May 15th, 2018. No, it's not. No, it wasn't. And it's so bizarre, because I feel like they're like, I know from just like hanging out on a lot of fucking conspiracy discussion boards and forums and stuff, how much these guys hate like Snopes and like the New York Times fact check and like, oh, you get 3 Pinocchios for that lie or whatever. They hate that shit. They hate it. But here they are, like they are actually trying to do it themselves. But they don't know really how research works. Like, isn't this weird? Isn't this weird? And I feel like the reason for this is people wanted answers. Like, I wanted answers. Like, I was basically the direct target audience for this, because I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, where is it from? And I was looking for it and I couldn't find it anywhere. It's hard to find where it's from. And then I found this. I was like, oh, okay, great. Like, it's a fucking, somebody's laid it all out. Now, I will say, one of the things, I don't want to sound like a snob here, okay? I don't know if you think I'm like, too pretentious, but even though I definitely am. I did notice that it was all in Comic Sans font. I did notice that. But I still, something about this community, oh, they've got their sources, they've screenshotted the fucking Guardian. No, it's all fake. Isn't that bizarre? I mean, yeah. Like, this is the fucking pilled guy's version of a fucking debunk. And it reminds me of that article that we read on here like a few weeks ago about how most people that post conspiracy theories to their social media pages don't actually think they're true. There's many reasons why people post things they don't believe are true. Maybe they agree with the sentiment, but they just don't technically think that exactly it happened. Maybe they are like grifters and they're just trying to like make a lot of money or whatever. Like, I think that's the case with these guys, just sharing shit, you know, like, oh, like obviously the guy that I'm assuming the dude that made that big long post in Chinese, or I'm not sure what language, Mandarin, Cantonese, one of those. I'm assuming that he made this and he knows this is not right. Like, he's lying. And he's using it to be like, this one's fake, guys, but the other one's real. You know, this guy, I think he probably does believe it. He's like, wrong. I know this is fake because the Galactic Federation does not wear those uniforms. They have regulation uniforms that they must always wear. Here's a photo. Like, this one's a little bit too weird to be a fake, right? I found this so crazy. But okay. All right. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to go over it. Now I will tell you what these actually are. Okay. So post and then immediately removed. Here's Jon Stewart. This is like the source, the patient zero for it really spreading widely. This is posted on June 12th, 2026. Now I stumbled upon this post. This is, what is that? Vietnamese, I think? Yeah, Vietnamese. Somebody posted this. No one is forcing you to believe, and this is, by the way, June 9th, so like several days earlier. No one is forcing you to believe. Your perception and frequency determine how far you believe. They are the characters liberating the earth, resetting a fair and transparent world. The mafia cabal of blood-sucking elites, draining the people through taxes, corruption, and abusive power, has been thoroughly cleaned out. And so she posts this along with this video. Seems like maybe copyright-free music that I can play. I'll silence it just in case. But you'll see here, it's all these photos that we've seen. That would become really big like later, and they're all just it's just here, right? And it's interesting because I assumed at the beginning when I saw it, like when I saw this one, this was the one that went big, right? And then people started being like, and look, here's more. There's more. This one. And I remember thinking like, okay, so probably what happened was this one got posted and people saw it and tried to like recreate it. But no, it looks like, at least as early as June 9th, all of these photos that later became big and posted elsewhere were already made. Like this was all made at the same time. So the person that made this batch of photos on like Midjourney or whatever, they had these more realistic looking ones. Like by more realistic, I mean more obviously AI. And then they had this one that is like kind of a fucking grainy cell phone camera that really communicates like, oh, this is fucking real. Like your brain is like, that don't look like AI. You know what I'm saying? That's interesting. And they all have this sort of framing where it's like, you're not supposed to see this. Like it's somebody taking a picture of Trump through a hole in some bushes outside the White House, it looks like, right? And like, this one's like, they're hiding behind a cabinet or something. There's like a door frame or something or a column in the corner. Like a lot of them are kind of have that sort of like, right. This is like peering through a crack in the door. Like they're all kind of framed. It's a clever kind of like intriguing way to frame it. But some of these look like really obviously AI, like this one. Look at that. And these ones weren't getting shared. These ones weren't getting shared. Now, another thing I noticed that's absent from, the other stuff, I don't know if you guys can see this, but right in the bottom left corner of this thing here, just above the progress bar in the video, there's a watermark and it says Planeta K. Planeta K. I was like, what the heck is this? I looked it up and it's a Brazilian children's school, and that isn't the right Planeta K. And I kept looking it up and eventually I found... Oh, also, before I tell you what I found, I just want to point out, this person seems to have been posting this Vietnamese person. It seems from their post, although it's not totally clear, but my read here is they know these are AI images and they're like sort of saying like is it? The mafia cabal of blood-sucking elites draining people through taxes, corruption, and abusive power has been, okay, you know what? No, this person is crazy. Has been thoroughly cleared out. Like at first I'm like, yes, queen, absolutely. The mafia cabal of blood-sucking elites draining the people through taxes, corruption, and abuse of power. 100%, yes. And then she says, has been thoroughly cleaned out. Like, it's better now? It's like, no. No, it's actually worse than ever now. So I guess this person truly thinks that Donald Trump is working with the Nordic aliens to help clean the world. Never mind. This person isn't using this ironically at all. Anyway, okay, so I found a TikTok called Planeta K27, and it is all about these things, about these aliens. Actually, I want to show you a couple of videos from them. So the first video I'll show, I think it's this one. Yeah. First video I show, I had to, because what the fuck is up with TikTok, right? Like, what is this? It just says 5/22. I'm like, what the fuck day is that? 5/22. There's no year? I'm like, what the hell? Like, some of them just say 6 days ago. Some of them say like 5/22. So I had to use like an app to be like, when was this? May 22nd. Okay, I probably could have figured that out. But this is from before like this was posted. Anyway, hang on 1 second. Let's go to Planet of K. Let's do it. Let's do it. Gonna do it and do it. Do it. Yeah, here we go. So I gotta show you guys this video. This is from a little while back. Can I turn on the sound?
Las dos razas que más han
Okay, hang on. From the top.
Si te dijera que los gobiernos ya hicieron acuerdos con extraterrestres, las dos razas que más han sido vistas en la Tierra son los grises y los pleyadianos. Algunos aseguran que los grises ofrecieron tecnología imposible a cambio de acceso biológico humano, mientras que los pleyadianos habrían intentado advertirnos sobre las consecuencias.
Pleyadianos.
Entonces la pregunta es inevitable. ¿Quién está realmente protegiendo a la humanidad? Y más importante aún, ¿qué va a pasar cuando ese acuerdo deje de ser un...
This guy. This guy, he's all right. This is the alien who's like, you know what, I like you human guys. Let me try one of your jumpsuits. You know what, I saw that movie Top Gun, and I was like, I could be the first alien to be in a fucking, what do you call it? A cat fight? No, dog fight? Whatever it's called. I'm going to be like Tom Cruise in that. Come on, guys, let's go on the highway to the danger zone.
Más importante aún, ¿qué va a pasar cuando ese acuerdo deje de ser un secreto?
Yeah, no, this is not. This is Spanish. The Portuguese children's school is just what I found when I originally Googled Planeta K. And for a while I was like, is this it? But no, it wasn't. This is a Spanish thing. I'm not sure where they're from, but for sure is Spanish. If somebody maybe can recognize the accent, you can help us out. But so this is from before, and this is just one from just 6 days ago. This is from after that all went crazy, but I thought this one was cooler, so I wanted to show you guys this one too. It's got some cool music. Oh, no, got to turn the music on. Hang on. Here we go. And once again, we've got the Pleiadianos. Rock and roll. She's coming down the thing, shaking hands with Donald Trump. And then I don't know who this is. Okay. All right. Okay, lady. But, yeah, this is the TikTok. And then from here, I was able to find their Facebook. And I believe this is where we got it from. You can see this is all the way back on June 7th at 7 p.m. Observados desde las sombras, encuentros vigilados, se especula que ciertos encuentros podrían ser monitoreados. All right, listen, I could try to tell you what I think that means. Oh, is there no way to translate on Facebook? No? Really? Oh, that's weird. Observe between the shadows. Is that what that means? Really? No, I gotta Google Translate extension. Hang on now. Watch from the shadows. Oh yeah, okay. Watch from the shadows. Monitored encounters? It is speculated that certain encounters may be monitored without public knowledge. Security or information control? That is the question. That is the question, Planeta K. My goodness. Now, if we go to the Planeta K page, we'll see. Oh man, they got a lot of followers. They got 500,000 followers. That's quite a bit. And we look through their pictures. Oh my goodness, they got a lot of these things. Look at all this stuff, huh? So here's imagen viral a nivel mundial. Oh, this image went viral at a global level and it caused anger. Hang on, let me just translate it. Okay, my Spanish is not what it used to be. A viral image is causing a sensation on social media worldwide. This post, originally shared by this community, has gone viral globally. Reality or fiction? It's like, well, I think you know this is not reality, judging by the fact that you post like nothing but AI slop of fucking world leaders meeting Pleiadians. Is that Elon Musk? Looks like him. Xi Jinping, he looks like he's in Antarctica. Is this like a sequel to The Thing over here? What's going on? Yeah, it does look like that Tesla designed their spacecraft. But yeah, let's check out more of these. Like, this is the source. This is where people love this shit. And once again, we're getting that same, it must be part of the prompt that like, we're looking at them from a distance, from behind something. There's an object in the way. The photographer's hidden behind a block of ice or whatever. Okay. This is AI up as fuck. Look at that weird ass crest there. They got the Pleiadians really got all kinds of different fucking outfits. I wonder if the dude that was like, wrong, they don't wear red like that. I wonder if he saw these, he'd be like, yep, this one's real. Trump's looking extra orange here. Maybe it's just next to all these pasty motherfuckers. Look at this. Elon Musk is like, oh, yes, I see what you're saying. Five guys we can go into the craft. Is it fully automatic self-driving? That's how he talks. Great. These guys really, they will go out of their way to travel for the Pleiadians. They're like, yeah, no, sure, we can meet up in Antarctica. I guess, yeah, sure, we'll go. See you guys there. Tecnología revelada. Oh shit. Okay, now here's where we get into some IP copyright infringement, because there's a lot of ones of them going into Stargates. Same picture again. There's another Stargate. Area 51, no trespassing. US 6 Cranody Force. That's like AI letters. And then like it'll be like the most obviously AI fucking picture in the world, and then like the like caption is like, real or fake? Negotiations at the portal, controlled access. Some believe agreements could define who can cross these thresholds. Secret treaties or speculation. What? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Secret treaties or speculation? It's neither. It's a fully AI generated hoax. What the fuck are you talking about? Is it real or is it speculation? No, it's neither of those things. Another one. This guy's like taking the photo from, I don't know, some kind of a. This photographer is just barely hiding behind like a car's like fucking mirror. like they can't see me. Just his face is covered. It's crouching. I just got to take it a little bit above the thing. Goes down. Oh, man. Awesome. Yeah, no, this is fully like, this is Stargate SG-1. Trump's just looking into the Stargate politely. Very nice Stargate. Ripple. It's a beautiful event horizon right there. Ah, yes, created by the ancients, I believe, this technology. Very old. You've never seen entities as old as these. This one, it looks like Trump caught the photographer. He's like, oh, paparazzi. Planet Decay is at you. As a Spanish guy follows me around. Takes photos. So beautiful these photos are. They really do think that they are AI. But no. Let me just scroll back so we can get to the original photo. Because, like, okay, so here's the originally posted photo. And if we go back, we get these photos. But, you know, it's like, here's a reptilian, right? There's like a little, like, fucking sewer ghoul. This is like a creature from the Black Lagoon over here in a subway tunnel. And I thought it was interesting that, like, they did the same thing here where some of these photos, like this one, it looks super AI, right? But then some of them, I mean, that one's like, some of them look like a little bit, this one, he looks like a plastic, like Ninja Turtles toy. Like this one here, though, it looks like kind of shitty quality. Yeah. It looks like a found footage, you know, it looks like the worse quality they are, the more real they look. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's what caused that other one to, like, this one looks shitty as fuck, and it still looks incredibly fake, but yeah, AI guys, please talk to your fucking parents about AI art, because they got to know about these things. They got to know. Look at this too. It's like you can tell that this person used the same exact prompt for these two images, and they just changed a couple things, right? Like look at this image, and then look at this image. It's like the way the aliens are standing and they're holding out an object is like identical, right? It's funny. It's funny that they posted both of these. Like I think you only get to post one if you really want to trick people. But all of the elements are there. Like, you know, Xi is sitting down, his guards are behind him, but here it's all the same elements, right? You get the Chinese flag in the background, boxes in the front, that the cameraman's hiding behind boxes taking this picture. But the aliens, like it must have just been, they got this and they're like, those aren't the aliens. We want the Pleiadians or something, right? Like you can see that. Anyway, you can see the same sort of thing actually in some of the original photos. I'll just quickly go to Obsidian. In some of the original pictures that got shared, you can see like, yeah, this one, I'm just going to copy. Hang on now. Oh, can I not do that? No? There we go. If we look at like this picture here of the Pleiadians talking to Xi Jinping, you'll notice they are posed in the exact same positions, at least the two on the right, as they are in the original Trump photo. See this? It's like the exact same physical position. And that means they use the same prompt and the same, what's it called? Source, I forget. Seed, I think they call it. Oh yeah, is this just Elon Musk's kids? Maybe. That could totally be. Yeah. Oh, you're Elon Musk's kids, eh? Okay. But anyway, gang, so this was just a little journey down the pilled lane to Planet K, where we really got, and then right here too, exact same poses these guys are in. So I found this interesting, and hopefully you guys thought it was, hopefully this is a load off your minds to know that white supremacist aliens from the Pleiades star system are, well, maybe they're real, but they're not here yet, or maybe they are here yet, but at least this is not a real photo of them, okay? Obviously, if you want a real photo of them, you're going to have to look at this guy's posts. Now that is what they look like, okay? They wear blue. A Pleiadian would not be caught dead in fucking red. Are you kidding me? They are not fucking autumn color people. This is it. All right, they're winter tones. They're cold toned people. Listen, I know as a pale guy. Okay, if I wear red, I'm gonna look even more pale. I don't know. I don't wear red shit. I specifically go out of my way. I read the r/men's fashion advice once, and I was like, oh, okay. No red. Got it. I do sometimes wear red, but only if I'm really fucking feeling like it. Fashion's fake. Anyway, sorry, listen. This isn't about my fashion. This is about other stuff. Deception and confusion. I want to believe, but thank you for showing how all this weird AI slop by one guy. Yeah. By one guy, and he didn't even get credited for it. Immediately cropped out the Planet K like watermark. This guy who was like posted then immediately removed. Oh, someone posted it. I forget who. I don't remember who posted it, but they posted it from somebody. I think it was either on Reddit or and took it off right away. It's like, okay. So you had time to get this photo. You got this photo and posted it yourself, but you didn't make a note of where you got it from. And okay, you know what? That does, to be fair, that does sometimes happen. All right. Cool. I wanted to go over something else. I got another thing. Hang on. Oh, geez, I got too many things here. I got to start organizing these. What was it called again? Oh, yeah. Blah. So, dialogue. I want to open a dialogue. Remember dialogue? Dialogue's a secret society, and they got hacked by Maya Arson Crimu. Maya uses it, she pronouns, so I'm gonna try to lean towards using it, but it's a little bit hard to get my head around it, but I'm gonna try to use that. But so it had found that on the main page of dialogue, if you just view source, you can see all the secret members of this secret society. And so we got this huge list. We've got all these guys. A lot of them are related to, what's it called? OpenAI, or actually there's not too many OpenAI guys. I think there's like 2 or 3, but it's a lot of people in like the AI world. There's a lot of general celebrities. Josh Brolin was on there. Lawrence Summers, Leonard Leo. We got a lot of people from all kinds of different fucking conspiratorial worlds. We got our Epstein class, Larry Summers, Steven Pinker, Peter Thiel himself, obviously. We got our, APAC lobbyists and politicians and shit. We got all kinds of people. A lot of these people are, if not household names themselves, they are behind something that is a household name. And I think that, and we know that was something that they really looked for. Josh Brolin, for example, who seemed like he genuinely didn't really get what was happening. His thing, because they grade everybody, and we have some of their how they graded people. He got like a D or a C or something, like a low grade, but they were like, but he is a household name because he's Thanos. And so for that reason, we should let him come. And they hold these massive, conferences where people could go and they pay, I forget how much, it's like 14 grand or something just to appear at these things. And, I wanted to talk about 3 people in particular from this lake. Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Sophia Bush, and Ezra Klein, who are, a little bit surprising to find these people in here because they're all, at least like the way that people think about them, right? Like if I don't really look them up and see what they've been up to lately, I might think to myself, oh, but those people seem cool, right? They're like progressive, like they're, maybe they're not liberal, but they're like, maybe they're not like leftists, but they're like liberals, right? Like what would they be? Like, isn't Joseph Gordon-Levitt, doesn't he do like activism of some kind? Isn't he kind of like anti-big tech and stuff? Like, isn't that his thing? And so it's crazy to see him at this like weird little like Peter Thiel secret society. Right? It's weird. Thanos is dumb. Yeah, no. It's like here's something that that always takes me aback, and it's it makes sense, but like I'm always a little bit surprised when there's an actor that I know and I see him in movies playing a lot of smart people, and then I realize that they're not that smart in real life, and I think that like a lot of actors, a lot of actors are really smart. A lot of actors are really, really smart for sure. It's not, you don't have to be like an empty vessel just to take on the role that you're trying to play, but maybe that helps. I don't know, in some cases, but, sometimes you get these guys who you're used to seeing play smart people and they really are not that smart. But Joseph Gordon-Levitt, was one of the 3 people we're going over today. And all 3 of them have posted like, responding to the allegations type posts. So let's read Joseph Gordon-Levitt's. Regarding dialogue conferences, I understand why people have questions and are suspicious. Some of the headlines and posts circulating about this are alarming, if not bizarre. So let me clarify. I have been to 2 dialogue conferences, but I do not know Peter Thiel. I've never met him. I've never spoke with him or his representatives. I've never seen him at an event. And from what I've read about his views, we're political and ideological opposites. I didn't think that was funny because it's like, just the way he's like, and from what I've read about his views, it's like, oh, so you don't like, maybe you did meet him and you just didn't recognize him because it doesn't seem like you're that familiar with him. It's like, from what I've read about his views, which view are you talking about here? You believe, you don't think that the Antichrist is coming? You think Christ is coming? What do you mean? Anyway, at the dialogue conferences I've been to, there were a wide variety of people with a wide variety of opinions. Some I agreed with, some I didn't. I can't speak to every person named in the reporting, but my experience was not of a single ideological gathering. Over the last couple of years, I've been focused on trying to make a positive impact on how the future unfolds, especially when it comes to tech and AI. Part of that work means forming relationships with all kinds of people, trying to understand their perspective and trying to get them to understand mine. Sometimes it's productive to engage with those we oppose. Finland says, I'm sure he means supporting Trump. Yeah, you're probably right. From what I've read about his views, because just like a funny way to talk about Peter Thiel, who's one of the most obviously evil people on earth. It's like he's straightforwardly like, oh yes, no, I think we should kill everyone. I think everyone should die, and I should be the king of the dead guys. Like he's like, you don't need to read much. You don't need to read much about him to be like he is bad news. I should not be in a secret society with him. You know, you don't need to read much about this guy. But yeah, I think you're probably right. That makes sense, Finland. He isn't even that big of an actor. He hasn't been acting too much lately. He was really big, right? He's like 500 Days of Summer. That was forever ago. But what else is he? Robin in Dark Knight. In every Knives Out movie, he always does a voice, but he's not in it. But he does a voice. I don't know. Yeah, he's been taking a step back from acting, I guess, as far as I know, anyway. But here's the weird thing about him, right? What's up with him? Because he's going to the evil fucking Peter Thiel tech conference, and it's like, hold big tech accountable. Like, he's been doing this fucking tour. He's been speaking in front of Congress. He's been trying to make change. He's been trying to get people to vote for fucking regulating tech. And he's hold big tech accountable. Like, he's part of all of these things. It's just like, oh, that's interesting, right? Mm-hmm. Sorry, I am getting distracted. Flesh Simulator left a comment on the new vid. Okay, well, anyway, whatever. Was it all ages ago? This was like 4 or 5 months ago that he did this, but he's been doing like a lot of stuff about big tech lately. And I'm like, what? Huh? What is up with that? Well, I'll tell you one thing that we do know about him. His wife, Tasha Macaulay, okay, who he married in a secret wedding. He's very private. He has kids, but no one knows what gender they are or what their names are. Like, he keeps that out of the press, which honestly, that's sick. Yeah, I agree. You should do that as a celebrity. But he got married in 2014 to this woman, Tasha Macaulay. What do we know about Tasha Macaulay? Well, she was part of, I think it says it in here. Goodness. Oh my God, stop. So many ads popping up here. She's not in show business. Oh my goodness. God down. Yes, okay. Macaulay is the founder and CEO of Fellow Robots, a NASA-based robotics company. So I'm like, oh, tech, the tech world. So we look into, what's the fuck is Fellow Robots? It's a NASA robotics company. I'm picturing like those like arms, whatever, pick up moon rocks or something. Well, no. Fellow Robots is a thing that you use to fire all your cashiers. It's one of those things. Robotics today is a fast-growing industry with applications in blah, 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 blah. Fellow Robots is at the forefront blah, 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 to improve your experience when shopping and to help employees with the most up-to-date product information. Okay, so it doesn't replace a cashier, it replaces somebody on the floor answering your retail questions. Can you tell me where to find, do you have this fucking video game? You know, you just ask a robot. Oh, wow, cool. The future is here. The wonderful world of tomorrow. So this is, I guess he's the new CEO. I'm Marco Mascoro, CEO of blah, blah. Came out of Singularity University. Okay, Singularity University also sounds like kind of an AI thing. Focuses on exponential technologies, with robotics being one of them. We started with a team of very passionate robotics engineers looking into industries that have not changed a great deal. We quickly honed in on the retail industry, specifically offline brick and mortar. Listen, we all know how e-commerce has taken away all kinds of jobs in brick and mortar retail businesses, but we thought, not enough. Let's get our robots into those stores. Anyway, that's what her fucking Fellow Robots fucking shit did. Yeah, try to start a union at your fucking job with one of the Fellow Robots. We'll see how much the Fellow Robots are interested in fellowship. Okay? Capitalism is bad.
Great bread tube.
Okay. But anyway, we don't need to get into that too much. She left Fellow Robots, but then she joined OpenAI. She was actually on the board of OpenAI, and I can show you from another frickin' video I made about OpenAI. Oh, wait, whoops. There we go. OpenAI. She is one of the people who was against Sam Altman. Remember, there's like a whole battle between the forces of evil and good, and the forces of I like Sam Altman and I don't like Sam Altman. And here she is, Tasha McCauley, and there's her husband, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and they were saying that we should fire Sam Altman, but then Sam Altman fought back and got all his fucking billionaire fucking speculative investment guys, what are they called, venture capitalists, to back him, and then he got back on the board and he fired her. He fired her and he fired Helen Toner from the board of directors. He was like, how dare you go against me? You're done. But lest you think that she's too much of a good person, another guy who was against him was Elon Musk, this dipshit. So there's a weird fucking battle of good and evil in the world of AI where I think kind of both sides are bad. Why do we got to pick just one side to villainize? They're both bad. Anyway, so this is interesting. His wife is big in like the whatever Silicon Valley world, AI world. That's interesting. So if we look at he's got a YouTube channel, by the way. It's called Hit Record. 249 subscribers, not bad, more than me. But we look at his views, pretty brutal actually, pretty bad. Actually, let me go to the website. Oh, hang on, I gotta get the link. Uno momento. Here we go. Hit record. So I'm just like, I haven't watched all these videos. I watched a couple of them, but let's just like kind of like scroll down here. We got With the World on Fire, Why Talk About AI? Stacey Abrams and Joseph Gordon-Levitt on the future of storytelling and the impact of AI. Tech Optimism Non-Broligarch Edition. I co-starred with Mark Zuckerberg in a New York Times video. Now this pissed me off because I thought it was real. I was like, this guy's working with fucking Mark Zuckerberg? And I watched it and it's actually like, he edited himself into a video with Mark Zuckerberg being like, Mark Zuckerberg's like, and we've actually created a very cool thing. And then he's like, really, you have, huh? I don't think so. And he's like, and it's really going to work for everyone. He's like, no, it's going to be bad. And I think you're evil. So he's not Zuckerberg's friend. AI companies are committing mass theft. Sure. Yeah, that's true. Trump, Money and Creativity with Paul Krugman. Okay. I don't know what that one's all about. Accelerate building AI. But can we also steer? That's 6 months ago. That's after, and look at this, effective accelerationism. That's a fucking joke ideology, literally started as a joke. And here he is fucking being one of the idiots that bought into it, I guess. I don't know. I haven't watched it. Maybe he isn't like that. Should I not be talking about politics? Yes, probably you should not be. Your digital self should belong to you. Okay. I play drums along with Beyonce and Miley. Brutal view counts though. 2.2K, 1.3K. Like, geez. My channel is fucking dying and I get more views than this. Does the algorithm favor authoritarians like Donald Trump? Donald Trump wants to give me 70 grand. Okay. And then before, like, is this just all like creative stuff he did? It looks like the original thing with this Hit Record site was like, I've created a new thing. It's called Hit Record, and it means that anyone can be part of it. YouTube, meet Hit Record, where all of these videos will be group made by anyone that wants to join in. You can send in stuff, and you get to work with Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Anyway, I don't know. I remember watching it back in the day and being like, oh, that's a nice idea, but I'll never watch any of these. Why would I want to watch that? Oh, wow, Logic did a fucking song with them? Cool. He did a song with Logic, and they was with a bunch of other guys, too? That's so cool. Whoa, Sexy Mother. Sexy Mother is the name of a song that we made with Hit Record. 18K views. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not going to make fun of his views because I live in such a glass house right now. But yeah, sorry. We don't need to get into that. But there's a moment here where he really started to fucking be talking about like tech optimism, right? Like, let's accelerate building AI, but can we also steer? And if you look into like the activism he's been doing, right? The activism he's been doing around AI makes me sad to hear you say your channel's dying. Listen, we're gonna get it back. It's all good. I'm trying. I'm trying my best. I just put out a Flesh Simulator video that should give us some life for a little while. But I did want to show this. Where was it? Oh yes. Okay. So Taylor Lorenz, who I gotta say has been on this forever. And I think she's got the right opinion, as far as I can tell. And I remember at first I was hearing her say some stuff and I was a little bit skeptical because honestly, I can see how the the pitch is made to a guy like Joseph Gordon-Levitt, where, you know what? I'll show you. So this is about Fosta Sesta, like, sorry, not Fosta Sesta. What's it called? OSA, COSA, I guess. Like these different bills that are supposed to be about protecting minors, protecting children online, because the internet is killing children. The algorithms are getting into your kid's brain and making them dumb and making them evil. Oh man, we really got to make sure that kids can't go online. And you know what we got to do? Everyone's got to put their ID in. You got to put an ID in. You got to get a WorldCoin. You got to get a fucking retinal scanner on your computer to scan your eyeball. And that was the only way you can use the internet, is if you tell Google / the White House who you are and what you do and where you are and what your name is, your first and last name and social security number. You got to give all that up. And that's how we'll protect the children. That's how we'll, because right now, you know what, we tried a little pop-up that says, are you 18? Okay, you go to a porn site, it's like, are you 18? And honor system here. We can't do it like that. We got to be, what we need to do to protect the children is to usher in the most intense surveillance state that humanity has ever known. But don't think about it like that. Think about it like, no, we're protecting the kids. So this is like kind of like an argument that's being made. And while I do I get the fucking fear. I do get the fear. Won't somebody please think of the children? Helen Lovejoy shit. Where it's like, oh, Mike, I don't want my kid to be fucking, addicted to, I don't know, fucking PewDiePie or whatever the kids are watching these days. God, I'm so fucking old. God, I'm old. What do they watch? Coco Melon? Jesus. I don't know. But I don't want my kids to be addicted to that. What do I do? I don't know, man. I don't know. But not this, though. Not this. Anyway, so Taylor Lorenz, I think, has had the right fucking take on this for a while. Let me just show. So she's in this video. She's watching. Now this is going to be one of those fucking streams where I watch another stream. I don't need to watch a lot of it. But this is Joseph Gordon-Levitt doing his hold big tech accountable thing, where he's arguing to repeal Section 230. And I think Taylor Lorenz in this clip is going to explain a little bit about that.
Then big tech, and we'll get into that. So let's listen to what he has to say, which is not very long.
Section 230, what it does, Section 230, if you don't know and you're watching, Section 230, what it does is basically says that a platform on the internet can't be held liable for the content that it hosts. And we know what happens when we let these...
Yeah, that's good, by the way. Yeah, that's good. We don't want the platforms on the internet held liable for what we post. We want the people that post stuff to be held liable for what they post. Hello. If you make the platform liable for everything somebody posts, guess what? We don't have encryption anymore. Guess what? If you post a message on Signal or you post a message to your group chat, suddenly that platform is now legally liable for everything that you say. Suddenly they have to pre-screen every single thing that you post.
I'm struggling to know what to do with myself. I'm like one of those like TikTok videos where they don't add anything and they just kind of like make a face and they're like, mm-hmm. Yep. Why do I not know which way to point? Yep, that part. Yep. Mm-hmm. Period. I don't know. But no, she's right. Like, yeah. And Signal is great to bring up because Signal is like the encrypted messaging app that you got to use if you want to fucking do activism work or buy drugs, right? Two things that are very important in life. And it works because it encrypts shit. But if we repeal Section 230, that means that platforms or apps like Signal will be responsible for anything illegal that is done with them. And that is not how we should do it. That's not how we should do it. And it's so infuriating that a guy like Joseph Gordon-Levitt is framing it like, and this helps big tech. Section 230, we need to repeal it because it protects them. We need to stand up. We need to hold big tech accountable. We need to get them in trouble for what they do. And it's just like, this will give big tech another level of control over you, where they are able to censor you and delete your account and shit based on what, not even just what you post, based on what you privately message someone. They can delete your account. They can wipe your shit. You don't think that they will use that? That will make big tech more powerful. That will give them more power. Getting rid of Section 230. So yeah, I think of Joseph Gordon-Levitt as a guy who genuinely does, like, I believe him here, right? Where what he says, I've been focused on trying to make a positive impact on how the future unfolds, especially when it comes to tech and AI, right? I take him at his word here, honestly. I don't think he's like hanging out with Peter Thiel and he's like, how can I fucking do this? What's the way that I get to fucking change? How can I pretend that I'm helping but actually make things worse? I just think he doesn't say how many times he's been. He doesn't say what years he's gone. He just says at the dialogue conferences I've been to. So it's a little vague here, but I think you can see from his fucking YouTube page, there seems to have been a moment, you know, where he shifted his direction in life to become this like progressive coded pro big tech activist, you know? But he really codes himself as like anti-big tech. His wife was on the fucking OpenAI board though. So how anti-big tech can he really be? You know what I mean? Like he's not, and like, yeah, I don't think he met Peter Thiel. And I think that there probably are people, like there are, yeah, okay. I want to say this quickly and then we'll move on. Because I think it'll make more sense to give my overall take on all three of these guys. Cause this is where they are all kind of similar, but like, I don't think that you need to necessarily sit down. Like a lot of people think conspiracy theories, are like a bunch of guys in a room. Maybe they're wearing suits. Maybe they're wearing fucking cloaks. Maybe there's candles. Maybe there's just a fucking fluorescent light. But they're in a fucking big room or out in the woods, wherever they are. And they're like, this is the plan of how we hurt people. And we do it because we're evil. And we do it because we want to blah, blah, blah. We want more diversity in TV because we're evil like that. You know, like what, like that. They think that that's how it goes. When in reality, it's much more often people responding to their own best interests as a class, you know, upper class group, you know, beliefs and the way that they fucking talk to each other and the way that they understand things. Like there doesn't need to be a fucking overarching grand conspiracy. However, I will say Peter Thiel is kind of one of the exceptions to that, where he genuinely does look at the world like, who can I manipulate? Who can I lie to? Who can I get to do things? Who can I use as a fucking pawn? Think of the way he used Hulk Hogan as a pawn to take down Gawker. A news site that had, you know, revealed that he was gay. He used not only Hulk Hogan, but a fucking coordinated, multi-pronged attack with multiple lawsuits at once and probably other things. This is how he works. And I mean, maybe he didn't talk to Joseph Gordon-Levitt, but I can easily imagine he talked to somebody who did talk to Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and he was like, this guy would be great to get in our, like, the progressive wing of the big tech kind of world. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I'll leave that there for now, but we'll come back to that topic. I want to talk about another person who I've never heard of this person, to be honest, but Sophia Bush, famous lady. She was on One Tree Hill. Okay, she was married to Chad Michael Murray. Okay, I know that guy. I've seen Freaky Friday. And she just posts on Twitter. So first of all, I will also say, Joseph Gordon-Levitt just posted one Notes app screenshot. Better idea. The longer it goes, the more dangerous. This is a don't talk to the cops scenario. All right. This is don't talk to the police. Don't do this shit. Yeah, not Hulk Hogan. Terry Bollea. Yeah, that's right. Terry Youth. but Terry Bollea. Anyway, sorry. What was I saying? Oh yeah. The longer you go, it is like talking to the police because people are going to dissect it. Any little thing you say wrong, like what I'm about to do right now, you're going to wish you didn't make it so long. Make it short as possible. Short and sweet. If you can. But I'm sure she got a lot of people being like, you're in the fucking new Illuminati, blah, 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 which is, you know, I'm sure very difficult to deal with, but it's also true. Like you are in a secret society with the most evil people on earth. Anyway, so I wanted to read over her response. She says, I go to a lot of conferences and have for close to 20 years. Last year and the year before, I accepted nearly every single invitation I received to discuss Another Body, the documentary Nia and I executive produced that explains and demands action be taken against AI deepfake abuse, and the Defiance Act, legislation I've championed for years to help hold criminals accountable and protect women and girls, 97% of the victims who have deepfake abuse with it. Did I? No, okay, I guess I didn't get any pictures of that shit, but just so she's like naming all her, by the way, I'm actually really good on this stuff. Another Body, the documentary, I guess she produced it. She didn't direct it or anything. Yeah, Nia and I executive produced it. Okay, so she gave money to this documentary. And it's actually seems like a very interesting premise. It's a documentary about women who have been deep faked into like porn and how that affected their life. And apparently it's like a really like profound, like, you know, documentary that's like really disturbing and will make you very like this is a real issue. And I'm not like critiquing her for, you know, producing this movie. It sounds interesting. I'm interested to watch it. And there's an interesting twist to it that the movie anonymizes the women that it's about by deepfaking them in the documentary. So they have like their faces are replaced by an actor's face, presumably their voices as well. So it's all kind of like it's interesting, right? Like that would be an interesting way to watch a documentary where you're like, even now I'm seeing the effect of deepfaking somebody, and they're talking about being deepfaked. It's not like this intangible conceptual thing. It's like, no, I'm really seeing it. The entire documentary, I'm like, that isn't even the real person, but yet it looks like the real person. You know what I mean? So this, you know, I'm not going to make fun of that. I think that sounds interesting. That sounds like a kind of a interesting artistic use of deepfakes and AI. But anyway, so she's like, I did a lot of shit to talk about this movie that I financed, and the Defiance Act, if you don't know about that, that's a AOC's act that was like about revenge porn. Defiance Act. It's one of those acts where like every letter stands for something. I think the ANCE is like against non-consensual. I don't know. In images. I don't know what the E is, but anyway, Defiance Act. So she's an activist for that whatever bill. And she's against AI deepfakes. You can imagine my surprise to learn that a conference I was invited to as a guest who could counter the "it's all progress" narrative of the seeming runaway AI race was founded by someone you could not pay me to be in a room with, let alone charge me money to be in a room with. To be clear, that individual was not present, was never brought up during my experience there at all, and as I've since learned, he has not been involved whatsoever in approximately 15 years. My values are all very clear and consistent. I work to protect families by defending democratic institutions and safeguarding basic human rights. So, honestly, the first page of it, not bad, you know, but basically it's very similar actually to Joseph Gordon-Levitt, almost like they have the same kind of PR agent, or just their PR agents gave them the same advice. Cause they're like, I didn't meet Peter Thiel. He wasn't there and I didn't even know he was involved. But it's funny, like, you could not pay me to be in a room with him, let alone charge me money to be in a room with? ? Exclamation mark. So yeah, she got money, or no, she paid, like, it's fucking expensive. It's like $16,000 or something like that. This is expensive. This is not cheap. Anyway, next one. I did find the conference weekend valuable in the same way I find it valuable to meet with and important to engage with people who see the world differently than I do, in addition to the work I do alongside like-minded allies. It's why I meet with both Democratic and Republican congressional leaders when I campaign on Capitol Hill. I watched diverse perspectives be heard and considered around tables. Diverse perspectives. Okay, so she's stressing, like, by the way, this was like not just a tiny fucking right-wing sliver. This was the entire range of acceptable political thought, from Democrat to Republican, you know, like, which, in my view, is itself a very small range of thought. This is a center right to extreme right, but okay. You talk to all kinds of different people, not only people who see the world differently than I do, in addition to the work I do alongside like-minded allies. I do wish I could have researched the event beforehand. You didn't research it after you dropped fucking the 10 grand on it? Jesus. Even if I had, I probably still would have gone. This is where she fucks up. Because I'm like, earlier she's like, could not pay me to be in a room with this guy. And then later she's like, you know what? Even if I had realized that it was a Peter Thiel thing, even if I had done my research, I still would have gone, because I firmly believe that having women standing up for women and raising alarm bells about our common and dangerous experiences with emerging technology in rooms like these is of paramount importance. I want to ensure people are made to have that conversation. I want them to see us and to demand that they protect us. By the time I left the event early, had to fly to North Carolina for another, like I said, I didn't say no to any conferences. I felt I'd been heard, and I felt like I'd listened to. Oh, and I felt, see, this is the thing. I felt like I'd been heard, and I felt like I'd listened to. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Too much listening going on. It's like you think you're going to go into the room, a dialogue, and it's going to be a dialogue. Yeah, no, I can see where you get that impression. You think you're going to get in there and it'll be a two-way street, and you'll talk to the billionaires and you'll be like, actually, I think AI might be bad to use AI to make fake porn of people that you don't like. You know, you might think that they'd hear that and be like, oh, cool, interesting. Well, I think but actually it's just going in one ear and out the other. They don't give a fuck about that. There's no way that you're just going to fucking convince them with a gentleman's agreement. That you're not going to convince them of that, to fucking roll back the ongoing march towards, I don't know, AGI and or destroying the planet with data centers. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They don't respond to anything unless they're forced to. But I will tell you, I do believe that she listened. And I believe that when you go hang out with people like this, it does change how you think. If this is your social circle, you might start being like fucking Joseph Gordon-Levitt talking about effective accelerationism. I should probably watch that video before I'm like, oh my God, this guy really believes that shit? Anyway, last part here. I'm proud of who I am in any room where I am advocating, and I'm proud of the values I brought into those conference rooms and conversations I had while there, and I feel the same way about the other artists and activists I attended with. Now, you might be wondering, wait, this is the girl from One Tree Hill. What does she know about activism? She's an activist? Yes, she actually is an activist. Here she is. I believe this was at the Brett Kavanaugh hearing. She was like big in supporting Christine Blasey Ford during Brett Kavanaugh's kind of confirmation to the Supreme Court. Important work, honestly. I got nothing. That was fucked that guy got to go in. That was absolutely fucked up. That guy's a evil rapist. And even before you get to the rape, he's also just a psycho. Very bad. It's very bad for the world that he got in there. Here she is at Black Lives Matter march. And then what does her shirt say? Officer, I'm lost. I'm looking for the land of the free with equal rights for everyone. It's called America. I didn't even read that shirt, but I mean, sorry, that is the most lib shirt I've ever seen in my life. Hey, officer, I'm looking for the land of the free and the home of the brave. It's like, first of all, you're implying that you're talking to a cop and expecting him to help you. So anyway, 2020, peak woke. Somebody must have called her out on that at that march. Be like, check your privilege, lady. What are you doing talking to police like that? Fight like a mother. This was anti-gun. I mean, gun regulation, I guess. I don't even know, but it was something. I guess it's a book about the gun lobby, being against the gun lobby. Yes, good. You should do that. How Sophia Bush is helping lead the resistance to Brett Kavanaugh. Sophia Bush and Nia Linder Batts on why there's no excuse for period poverty to continue. Okay. Yeah, great. We got the technology, right? We got the Diva Cup, whatever we got to do. Definitely. Period poverty, real issue. I will say these look like really expensive outfits for the two of them to be wearing when they're doing it's not even an interview with Teen Vogue. They wrote this article. This is like an op-ed or whatever for Teen Vogue. But they do look a little bit, I don't know. They look a little bit evil billionaire to me. And is that just me? I'm getting weird vibes from the outfits. Yeah, anything that white, it's like, that's got to be expensive to clean. You know, maybe you guys just wear stuff once and then go away. I always say, is that a real fucking shirt? Why does it look like AI? Anyways, the longer I look at this, the weirder it looks. But Nia, if you notice, Nia, so this is Sophia Bush's best friend, and she mentions her here. The documentary Nia and I executive produced. So Nia has also helped her executive produce the AI deepfake movie. Another thing, she campaigned for Kamala Harris, and she also dated. I don't think she's dating anymore, but this is a soccer lady. Oh, geez, what's her name? On the women's soccer team. What? Anybody know? I can't remember. But anyway, and so she came out as queer relatively recently. Now, all right, so all that, that's fine. That's cool. That's good. That ranges from fine to awesome. Okay, all that stuff's good. And sort of similar to like Joseph Gordon-Levitt, right? I'm like, okay, your heart's in the right place. What are you doing at the evil fucking tech Illuminati retreat? What's going on there with that? And I will say, so I'll just read the first paragraph of this Teen Vogue article. As best, and this is the two of them writing the article together, both of them typing with one finger, alternating letters. As best friends, business partners, charitable organizers, former small business owners of an inclusive salon and accompanying philanthropic organization in Detroit, and two of the strategic advisors to the First Women's Bank. That was the first thing I was like, wait, what? The two of the advisors to the First Women's Bank? Okay, you guys are bankers. And all right, anyway, we understand the barriers that women must overcome in so many arenas of life. The world and the society we live in was not designed for us, but every day we bear witness to awe-inspiring women who are smashing glass ceilings, clearing hurdles, and breaking down doors, only to hold them open for the women and girls following behind them. So this is very lean in, like, what's her name? Sheryl Sandberg. Is that it? Oh, I got that wrong. Who's the lady that wrote Lean In? Oh, geez, you guys know this. You guys know this, right? Lean In. Sheryl Sandberg. Okay, that was right. Sorry. Suddenly I was like, oh, God. Am I confusing her with Andy Samberg from SNL? No, Sheryl Sandberg. But yeah, it's very much like, we think that all women should be able to become ruthless fucking CEOs exploiting their workforce. This is what I read from this. And I was like, fucking First Women's Bank, what the hell? Started looking more into her. Oh, she was also doing an event with Kamala Harris that got interrupted by pro-Palestinian demonstrators. And this is kind of like, I do remember this. I remember when this happened. It didn't click to me that, oh, Sophia Bush, right. But anyway, yeah, I remember when that happened. Here she is getting interviewed on MSNBC. Actually, this is the two of them. And so now she's doing less. So, okay, what I'm getting to is nowadays the activism she does is less about, like, at least from what I can tell, social issues, and is more about economic growth. Women are leading an economic revolution. And I guess that is kind of like that is sort of a social issue because it's women need to be doing this. But this is mostly about championing economic growth. Okay, she invites in. This is the two of them, Nia and her. Again, looking very fresh.
Extraordinary. Well, thank you. Wow, sorry. Wow, I'm a little overwhelmed. Hi, everyone. I think we aren't what we do. And I love my job. The reason I became a performer studying theater and journalism was because I think our stories are meaningful. I think the way we get to know each other, interact with each other, advocate for each other is important. Okay. But if the story doesn't also have the advocacy, I don't really know what the point of it is.
Right. So here's the thing, right? It's like, and I get what she's saying, where she's like, I want us to be helping each other and we want to be advocating for each other. And you know what? Like, yes, we should be advocating for each other. We should all have solidarity. We need to understand that, other people are in a shared struggle with us, and we need to look out for them and advocate for them when we are in a position to do so. If we are in a position to have solidarity with someone, that is what we need to do. But in order to do that, you have to have a kind of an understanding of class. And this is the part that's completely absent from Sophia Bush's thinking. She is a upper class bank advisor, fucking philanthropic, whatever, company organizer. And her activism is like, women and girls need to be able to also reach the elite parts of society. Nobody needs to reach that part of society. We don't need any more of those guys. We need solidarity. We need the working class to come together. Yeah. Gotta hate conference talks like this, but I don't have a problem with what she said. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. Does her voice always sound like that, or was she just in a shouting match before the interview? Yeah, no, I also noticed that it sounded like she had a sore throat, but I'm not sure. Anyway, I could play more. I remember that she goes on a little bit, but you get the idea, right? I'm just looking more into her here. This is the fucking venture capital firm she's a part of, Union Heritage, it's called, and she's the only white person it looks like. She got an invite to the cookout, and they decided to form a venture capital firm while she was there. Cool. What can we find out from their actual website? What the heck is this? Union Heritage. Jesus. Union Heritage is the name of it. Such a public equity, venture capital, philanthropic, and we're a fucking public equity company that like downsizes businesses, and we are also doing philanthropy. Yeah, no, I mean, 35 years. If I go, okay, our firm. Here we go. All right, we got the team. There's Nia, her best friend. And there she is. Sophia Bush, more info. An accomplished American actress, activist, and entrepreneur and investor, having left an indelible mark on both the entertainment industry and the world of business. Multifaceted career. Oh, and also I did find her on the First Women's Bank. She is a strategic advisor to a bank. Cool. The First Women's Bank. Our strategic advisors, Billie Jean King, Sophia Bush, Nia Batts. That same lady, Nia Batts, have been instrumental allies in our journey. The bank is calling her an ally. So maybe that's what she means up here when she's like, I have meetings with like-minded allies alongside those who see the world differently. It's like, well, the bank does see things just like me. She's also she invests in like these tech companies, including this one called Seed, which is a microbiome that you eat as a pill every morning or something. I don't know. And their slogan is, we've got your back. All right. I found this page too on the Washington Speakers Bureau. So she's like a motivational speaker you can hire for your company or whatever. And I always think that like motivational speakers are the least trustworthy people in society. Okay. I got to just look at this on fucking Chrome. Hang on now. Sophia Bush is an acclaimed activist. So this is like if you want to book her to speak, right? Actress, entrepreneur, and activist. It's funny that on her other pages, they list activist before entrepreneur. But here, entrepreneur comes first. It's like, why would a company want to hire an activist? No, they want to hire an entrepreneur. She's renowned for advocacy for social justice and gender equality. As an advisor to the First Women's Bank and a partner at Union Heritage Ventures, she merges strategic business insights with powerful storytelling to help organizations foster inclusivity, drive innovation, and create lasting impact. She's utilized her platform to champion issues that resonate deeply with audiences across both the entertainment and political spectrum. What the fuck does that mean? What's the entertainment spectrum? Her commitment to fostering, and look at this. So here's how they describe her activism. Her commitment to fostering economic growth, empowering individuals. That sounds like libertarian, specifically women and girls. Okay. Girl brotarian. And enhancing community engagement makes her an influential voice for audiences regardless of industry. For groups looking to inspire their teams with a speaker who embodies the principles of personal responsibility, that's another fucking libertarian dog whistle, economic empowerment, and community involvement at a high level. Community involvement, that sounds communist. Sophia Bush is an exceptional choice. Her experiences as strategic advisor to the First Women's Bank, general partner at Union Heritage Ventures, highlight her dedication to practical solutions that drive business success and societal progress. So, yeah, I get the sense, and these are some talks she does. Investing in the women's economy, bridging gender gaps, establishing a healthy work-life balance. Oh, that's good. Leading with purpose, from Hollywood to global advocacy. All right. Creating a strong business identity to connect with your audience. Asking what you're worth, a strategy for empowering women in business. The power of storytelling, connecting and inspiring teams. Anyway, you guys get the idea. This is the kind of shit that she offers. This is the sort of things that she does. So I'm sorry, I don't feel like the Cookout Limited. Yeah, that's what they should have called Union Heritage Investments. The Cookout Limited. But yeah, no, I mean, like, yeah, this is I do not look at this person as an activist. I do not look at this person as somebody who I couldn't possibly be having meetings with fucking Peter Thiel. Because it's like, if Peter Thiel, yeah, okay, maybe he wasn't there. Maybe I believe you. There are a lot of other fucking evil guys here, okay? Elon Musk is here. Leonard Leo is there. Leonard Leo should be a guy that she avoids at all costs. He should be her fucking kryptonite. The guy who fucking made the Supreme Court what it is. The guy who set up Clarence Thomas, Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, all these fucking ghouls, all these freaks that voted down Roe v. Wade. He's there too. So she's like, I'm having conversations with guys I disagree with. Yeah, oh yeah? Really? And yeah, I just find it like, I find it a little bit, I find this one a little bit less easy to believe, you know? I find this one a little bit, I mean, maybe I'm just sexist, but I think it's easier for me to believe that Joseph Gordon-Levitt is just an idiot who's just like, I thought I was doing the right, no, I'm trying to help. What do you mean? What do you mean? Maybe I shouldn't have been talking to all those billionaires? Maybe they gave me bad advice? No, but what they said makes sense to me. That's why I wanted to do that. Like, I get that vibe from him. With her, it's a lot more defensive. It's a lot more like, I think you got some shit to hide. But maybe not. I don't know. What do I know? Nothing. I literally know nothing. This is all speculation. Finally, though, this is the fucking greasiest guy of them all. All right? Ezra motherfucking Klein. Ezra Klein, who's also on the list. Ezra Klein, you know him, the guy, Vox guy. He wrote for the New York Times. He's a liberal. He's progressive. Progressive. Yeah, I know, like fucking, you know, he didn't like Bernie, but that doesn't mean he's not progressive. He kind of liked Elizabeth Warren, some of her ideas. You know, yeah, he's good. He's cool. Whatever. Yeah. Guy who's been in a coma for the last like 10 years. No, what do you mean? He's fine. No, he likes Hillary. So he also posted about the leak. He was getting a lot of shit about it. Yeah, maybe Joseph Gordon-Levitt has better PR people than Sophia Bush wrote herself. You might be right. Yeah. Ezra Klein. So this is what Ezra Klein writes. Enough people have asked me about the Peter Thiel dialogue story that I think it's worth saying what it is, or at least what I saw it to be. So already super defensive out the gate, right? He's like, you guys don't even get what it is. Let me explain to you a thing or two about what dialogue is. Okay? It's not a secret society. Spoiler alert. Dialogue is a conference. I went once in 2018 and once in 2022. No one ever asked me to keep it or my presence a secret. And I'm glad that he put those years in there because the other guys didn't do that. So he went in 2018 and 2022. My understanding was Thiel was one of its founders, but no longer involved by the time I went. I never saw or talked to him in connection with dialogue. Again, same line that the other guys are saying. I never met Thiel. At least he's saying he knew Thiel was one of the fucking guys, though. Nor did I see the other names I've heard mentioned, like Ted Cruz or Elon Musk or Joseph Gordon-Levitt or Jared Kushner. Dialogue was not sold to me as a bunch of big names, which is part of why I went. What the fuck are you talking about? He's like, there aren't going to be any big names there, will there? No? Okay, good. Joseph Gordon-Levitt's not going to be there, is he? Great, then I'll go. Then you can mark me down as wait a minute. Ted Cruz isn't going to be there, is he? Okay, cool. It's weird. Dialogue was not sold to me as a bunch of big names, which is part of why I went. I don't need to go to a conference to hear what Ted Cruz thinks. As if he wouldn't go anyway. Like, I don't even get... That's just a weird thing. I don't care if you go to a conference to hear Ted Cruz talk. You're a fucking journalist. Anyway, whatever. You could be a Dialogue member, but I wasn't. I don't think joining got you much except guaranteed invitations to future dialogues. There were occasional dinners and webinars, but I never went to one. I would not have described it as a secret or a society. The panels were largely self-organized, so people would propose panels and hold them. I went to one on being a working parent, and another on whether crypto had any real use cases, and another on how to accelerate scientific breakthroughs. You'd usually have 8 or 10 people in a room. It was all very TED Talk adjacent. Okay, that's helpful. That helps me imagine what it is we're talking about. In 2018, I found it very optimistic with an idealistic hacker vibe. In 2022, I found the conversations and vibe more curdled and resentful. I didn't enjoy it and I didn't go back. That did prove a pretty good signal of where tech's politics were going, though. Maybe I should have paid more attention. That said, Dialogue was pretty ideological, diverse crowd. also what Sophia Bush says, right? I met some people there who were extremely far left and far right. That's crazy to me too. Who there is extremely far left? Who's it? This is not the fucking Jeffrey Epstein parties with Steve Bannon and Noam Chomsky. No one is far left on the thing. I'm sorry. No one is. No one on that list. I met some real eccentrics and weirdos. I appreciated that about it. I'm a journalist. I go to lots of things in the hopes of getting to know people, hearing new ideas, finding podcast guests, etc. Being at something does not mean I endorse it or everyone at it or everyone who organized or founded it. Retweets do not equal endorsements. I try to go to things where I don't share the politics and perspective of the crowd for obvious reasons. Wait, what do you mean? You try to go to right-wing things, you mean? Why do you do that? I'm surprised by how credulous some people have been on this story. You have to believe some weird things about the world to believe Julian Castro and Peter Thiel are somehow engaged in a common project. Okay, but they are though. Like they are, man. Peter Thiel is not he's not a Republican like congressman. He is a tech oligarch. And news for Ezra Klein, the billionaire class will get its agenda through whether it's done by Democrats or Republicans. They are outside of the fucking sphere. And both parties, whether they're Julian Castro or Donald Trump, they are both engaged in making the world an easier place for billionaires to live. It's just that the Republicans are more white supremacists about it. You know, they want to kill all trans people. The Democrats don't want to do that, but they still want to fucking pass a bunch of laws that help Peter Thiel and his buddies. Yeah, that fucking, and this is who I think he means, right? When he says there were some extremely far left communists there. This guy's last name's Castro. This guy's last name's Castro. How many Castros you know who aren't communists? Okay, I'm pretty sure this guy's a evil, extreme far left guy. Okay, listen, I'm a journalist, and I think I know what it means to be far left. Ridiculous. Okay, you have to be pretty silly to think of Julian Castro and Peter Thiel or fucking. That's just another part of it. Republicans have a secret Grindr chat. There literally was a dialogue dating fucking app that they could use to date other dialoguers. Crazy. Okay. He's so fucking smug. It's ridiculous. Secret societies, I imagine, need a lot of trust to function, but the people being named here do not trust each other and do not have aligned agendas. Yeah, but it's secret though. It literally is a secret society. You weren't supposed to talk about it. How come you never talked about it till now? Because it's a secret. It's a secret society. Yeah, the way people think about fucking secret societies is fucking totally batshit insane. Though this isn't the Illuminati. Yeah, because the Illuminati's not real. It's not like that. It's like the fucking Bilderberg group. It's like the Bohemian Club. It's like, whatever number of actual secret societies you want to name. It is like that. Secret societies need a lot of trust to function. Well, I mean, the only person who betrayed trust was whoever coded the website and hid everyone's name. And I don't know. Was that on purpose? That seems crazy that I would be there. Anyway, whatever. People being named here do not trust each other and do not have aligned agendas. So that's what I saw at Dialogue. I'll just end by saying it's a weird experience to have a conference you haven't thought about for years become the center of a new conspiracy theory. Okay, so once again, I'm going to take this guy at his word here. Okay, I'm going to take this guy at his word. And I'm going to say he does not think that anything weird happened to him because he went to this thing. I never even met Peter Thiel. Well, so he went there 2018, 2022. What's he been up to recently? Well, he recently put out this book. This was like the biggest thing to happen to Ezra Klein in a long time. Put out this book, Abundance. Okay? I say it happens to him. Weird thing to say about a book that he himself wrote with Derek Thompson. And this is like abundance. This is how we're going to get a lot of shit in the future. And this is like this really popular book that a lot of politicians, Democrat politicians, are like, we need this. We got this. Oh my God, it's the best. All right. And I will say a lot of leftists read this book. I didn't. I did not read this book myself, but I did read a lot of stuff about it and listen to a lot of Majority Report about it. And I think everyone kind of got the impression this really seems like it was fucking written specifically to help billionaire tech elites. Like a lot of people were like, this seems pretty neoliberal because it's all about like destroying regulations. And Ezra Klein was like, this is not neoliberal at all. What do you mean? It's about giving the government more power to deregulate itself, not less power. It's not neoliberal. So in that sense, it's not, he's right. It's not neoliberal. It's a new thing that also benefits the fucking elite billionaires of the world. And I found this is from, so, Abundance is not just a fucking book. It's a network and a movement. And there's like a bunch of people in it. But they had this Abundance, what was it? Abundance 2025. Over 600 people convened. This is the second annual Abundance Conference. Blah, 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 blah. And so this guy spoke at it. And I'm not exactly sure how this fucking page works. Bottom-up abundance. Emergent. Not astroturf. And he's in the... Somewhere in the speech he goes, and I do need to take the moment to address a certain, and by the way, this is who is it? I don't know if I said his name. Does it not say? What the hell? Doesn't say the guy's name? Come on. Maybe at the end. Yeah. Alex Trembath, Executive Director at Breakthrough, the Breakthrough Institute. I don't know. All right. So Alex Trembath, who's not one of the guys that wrote the book, but he's involved in the abundance movement. He says, I feel the need to take a moment to address a certain report published by the Revolving Door Project, because even accounting for my pro-abundance bias, I'm left a little bit nonplussed by much of the criticism levied at abundance. The American Prospect described this coalition, literally many of the co-hosts of Abundance 20, many of the people here right now at this conference, he talked about us in pretty conspiratorial terms, writing suggestively that our groups have connections to corporate interests with financial ties to crypto, AI, big tech, and oil. And a writer in the New International accused the Abundance Coalition of employing an astroturf strategy. Well, Revolving Door Project released a whole report on the people and orgs behind this movement, hopefully shedding some light on this mysterious bunch. The implication of all this criticism is clear. Abundance is not a legitimate movement. It's like, and if I leave you with one takeaway, I hope it's this. That accusation is totally categorically false. Abundance is not this astroturf conspiracy. We are, in fact, just the opposite. Abundance is emergent. Abundance is bottom up. We are not herded and orchestrated. We found each other. Okay, so like not just him, a lot of the abundance guys have been like, no, we're not a fucking conspiracy by the elite. What are you talking about? Why did you even bring that up? It's a very like, my shirt about never participating in human trafficking is bringing up a lot of questions already answered by my shirt type thing. It's like, oh, wow, these guys are really talking about how they're not funded by billionaires. Well, no, they definitely are. They for sure are. Oh, I got this New York Times article here from Ezra Klein about how he's against unions. I'm sure that's interesting. Right. This is after he wrote Abundance. Oh, people don't like what I said about the abundance agenda. Blah, 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 blah. Well, actually, blah, 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 blah. Anyway. And another thing that Ezra Klein's always saying about abundance, I didn't ever expect it to be this big. I never expected it to be this big at all. Current affairs. Sorry. Okay. Maybe I'm doing this in the wrong order, but this current affairs article is amazing. Current affairs, so good, by the way. You guys got to be reading the current affairs. But he goes through why abundance sucks. Abandoned abundance. Nathan Robinson. Current affairs is so good, and it's incredibly impressive. It's basically all written by one guy, Nathan Robinson, the hardest working man in leftist journalism. But anyway, this sort of sums up. I won't read the whole thing. I'll just read the first two here, and then we'll move on to the big twist. Okay. So he's like describing what abundance is about and what the argument is that it makes. Consider two possible arguments. One, regulations are preventing government from achieving important objectives. Democrats should identify bottlenecks that inhibit housing construction, clean energy infrastructure, and medical breakthroughs, and work to eliminate those obstacles. Red tape is an issue. And I think I would agree with that. I don't know if I agree with everything. I'd have to look into each specific one of these issues, but like, absolutely, red tape is an issue. Regulations, I'm sure there are bottlenecks that stop the government from doing things. Yeah, totally. Yes, I think that there are manufactured bottlenecks that intentionally make the government less efficient and less effective. I think that does exist. But then, two, the second argument, the core story of our time is the story of regulatory failures that inhibit construction and innovation. Our political agenda should be built around eliminating those failures. If we do this, we will live in a utopia. Red tape is the central issue of the era. So it's like a magnified, like fucking, it's that first argument on steroids. It's like, the first one's like, regulations sometimes are bad. This one's like, regulations are the only problem in society, and if we just eliminate regulations, we'll solve everything and we'll live in a utopia. Right? Like, doesn't that seem weird? Doesn't that seem like regulations? Generally, we do need regulations. Regulations are generally good. We should have regulations that stop the fucking rich from just oppressing us all. We should have regulations that stop people from building shitty ass houses. We should have regulations that stop, your boss from working you overtime without paying you extra. Whatever. We should have there should be some red tape. Let's not throw the red tape out with all the fucking bottlenecks, okay? We got to keep some of it. But like that, right? Is that crazy? But Nathan Robinson goes on, these are not the same argument, and one of the frustrating things about abundance is that it appears to be making both of them. Then when leftists criticize number 2, Klein and Thompson retreat to number 1. So this is like a Mott and Bailey argument where you got like, I forget which one is which, but like the Mott is like the crazy claim you're making, and then the Bailey is the much more reasonable claim that you retreat to when you get, when somebody's like, that seems crazy. He's like, what, you think it's crazy that I think that sometimes regulations are bad? Like, we should get rid of all regulation. No, wait, what do you mean get rid of all regulations? Oh, so you think any regulation is bad? It's like a Mott and Bailey. You know what that is? I'm describing it so terribly, but it's a pretty well-known logical fallacy. You guys know. Anyway, could go on about that. The main issue is abundance seems to think that the main problem with society is like leftists that want to do regulations and unions that want fucking fair treatment for their workers and all this. This is the main problem with society. But what we should really do is it never critiques capitalism. It never critiques conservatives. In fact, it says in here, like, we are not writing anything about conservatives. We're not critiquing the right because they won't listen to us. We think it's much more useful to criticize liberals. And it's like, because they'll actually read it and do shit about it. But it's like, okay, sure. But if your book is about finding the real problem with society, you need to understand that a lot of this is corporations and billionaires and capitalism and the oppressive structure of the system. Like, it's not all regulations that are ruining shit. I think even Ezra Klein said he regrets not talking about the corporations at all in abundance. Anyway, LMAO, nah, my job is literally doing research on housing policy, and we do have research about if there's regulations that slow construction with a real benefit to safety, but you need the red tape. People die when you build however the fuck you want. Yeah. It's insane to suggest that this is like the main problem in society. But anyway, so just a few days before the fucking Secretive Dialogue Society thing dropped, this article came out in American Prospect. American Prospect's like it's like, I think it's, Robert Reich, Sam Reich's dad, the guy from Dropout, his dad, short guy. He was like President Clinton's economic advisor. He's pretty good. He's kind of like he seems like a lib, but I don't know. Is he a leftist? I don't really know his whole deal right now, but he seems very like concerned with inequality and whatever. Like, he's kind of a Bernie Sanders. He's a Bernie Sanders lib. Let's call him that. Nothing wrong with that. He seems like a cool guy. I got nothing against him. Anyway, I believe he started this magazine or whatever, American Prospect. Anyway, I don't know. I didn't need to explain all that because this article has nothing to do with him. But just so you know, like what, I don't know where this the editorial line is for these guys. This article came out. New documents detail 9-figure Silicon Valley funded abundance movement. And they got these guys dead to rights. All right. They got them. They even include, this is what I wish all of these articles did about these crazy fucking leaks. When Wired is talking about, we've got the full list of dialogue guys and what they wrote on their dialogue dating profiles. And they don't include it. But these guys did. At the bottom of the thing, it's got the leaked documents that they're fucking referring to in 2 PDFs. These are internal PDFs from this guy, Zach Rosen, who's like one of the people at Abundance, I guess. And he's talking about, okay, so here's where our funding comes from and here's what we're trying to do. It's crazy. According to Zach Rosen, founder of California YIMBY and the Abundance Network, the problem with politics is Americans being too involved. Bemoaning the rise of small dollar political donations and fundraising documents leads to the prospect, Rosen is blunt. Small dollar internet fundraising makes politics dumber. So this is small dollar fundraising. So that's like people donating to Bernie Sanders. You know, it makes us dumber that we can't just use dark money and corporate money to fucking win every election. It makes us dumber because they aren't even doing policies that help billionaires. We got to stop it. This is the fucking, all right. This is a guy who's from the Abundance Network. Anyways, is he the founder of the founder of the Abundance Network? Wow. The old gatekeepers were political professionals who could count cards. Small dollar donors today are amateurs yanking the handles of Act Blue slot machines. He's like, they don't even know. They didn't even go to business school and they're trying to pick the next president. We can't let that happen. Crazy. Yeah. Damn Ezra and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad week. Yeah. No, this was not a good week to be Ezra Klein. Not a good week for him, the Abundance Project. Rosen and his allies have no need for small dollar donations or mass membership politics. They come to do political battle with $260 million annually each year from billionaire benefactors, one document asserts. And we got the people too. Meta board member John Arnold. Okay, we got it right there. Meta. We got a fucking Peter Thiel linked billionaire. $40 million from Facebook / Meta co-founder Dustin Moskovitz. There's another link. $100 million from Steve Ballmer, the LA Clippers owner. It's funny I think of him as the Microsoft. I think of him as developers, when he was the Microsoft VP. But now he was CEO for a while, right? $100 million from him. Ballmer is currently embroiled in a scandal surrounding alleged off-book pay for NBA star Kawhi Leonard. Go Raptors. I remember him. Kawhi, I forgive you. You brought glory to my city. And I was living there. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. And he was not previously known as a founder of the Abundance Movement. And this is a quoting, again, from the guy who founded the Abundance Network. One way to think about the Abundance Network, Rosen writes in these leaked documents, is as the liberal... So this is it. This is it right here. Think of Abundance as the liberal answer to the tech elite joining the MAGA faction. I'll say that again. One way to think about the Abundance Network is the liberal answer to the tech elite joining the MAGA faction. This is meant to be a progressive coded movement for the tech elite to use to orchestrate the fucking government, to send policy to Democrats that will help them. That's what Abundance Network is. Himself a tech founder of a software company, Pantheon, Rosen writes about how the movement's goal is to empower tech founders to usher in an era of true abundance, defined by the innovation born in Silicon Valley, demonstrably improving the lives of every American. The message is undoubtedly appealing to tech billionaires with a savior complex who are upset that the public has grown increasingly skeptical of their promises. Now, I should have saved this, but I also found a clip of Joseph Gordon-Levitt in one of his videos talking about how he's like, remember in 2004, how optimistic we all were about tech? I thought these guys were someone to look up to. We had the Arab Spring, we had all these movements, all these social change movements that were all started in the yada, 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 right? I should have clipped that because it's the exact same thing that he's saying over here. He's like, fuck, we lost so many Democratic voters. We lost them. Now the only people who kind of like us are fucking conservatives. This needs to be a movement. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of these Abundance guys sat Joseph Gordon-Levitt down and said this to him, and then he repeated that in a thing, right? Like, it's all coming together. This is all coming together, this fucking thing. Speculatively. I don't know. I'm totally guessing here. Anyway, sorry. There's more to read here. Finally, the framing is reinforced in the supporting document, which Rosen and his co-founder, Misha Chelem, outline their read of political histories. Maslow's monsters, they write, are now here. Okay, the monsters. The monsters that the world needs to combat. Okay, what are they? Urban conflagrations, floods, deteriorating norms, and the rebellion against elites. Look at that. They've got, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse: floods, fire, pestilence, and people who don't like billionaires. Like, that's on their list of Maslow's monsters. And then they can, crazy. Popular revolt against oligarchs being considered a problem comparable to cities on fire speaks volumes about the group's priorities. Yeah, I'd say so. In Rosen and Chellam's view, the crucial problem in left-of-center politics is that business elites are not active enough, resulting in elite abdication. The pair's analysis came out of a joint 5+ year, 100-book quest. Now, this is crazy. Think about this. This is new, right? The pair's analysis came out of a joint 5+ year, 100-book quest for a root disease diagnosis for what is crippling left politics and rotting our American democracy. They spent half a decade alongside a community of intellectuals like Ezra Klein, Jerusalem Desmas, Jen Palka, Steve Tallis, Derek Thompson, working on piecing that analysis together via an emerging political ideology called abundance. Now think about this. Ezra Klein went to Dialogue twice, once in 2018, once in 2022. I think that's right. What is it he said? Yeah. I went once in 2018 and once in 2022. No one ever asked me to keep it or my presence a secret. I just kept it a secret because I forgot about it. I didn't want to talk about it. So now I'm not saying that a Dialogue was the place. Okay. Dialogue was the place where someone sat him down and was like, I want you to write a book about abundance. I want you to do this. And it's going to be exactly like this. And it's going to be blah, 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 blah. But what I would say is, if you're the type of guy who gets an invitation to a Dialogue, if you're the type of guy who gets invited to hang out at Peter Thiel's secret, okay, it's just a conference. It's not a secret society. It's a secret conference that you can also join and become a member of. But it's just a conference. If you get an invitation to that conference, you are probably hanging out with people, who are changing your worldview. Maybe they're pitching you on a thing. Maybe they're telling you, oh, hey, this Derek Thompson guy's got an interesting book. Maybe if we slap your name on it, that could really boost sales. What do you think? He's swimming in these waters with these guys. Okay. He's compromised. If you get an invitation to Dialogue, I don't really care if nothing happened when you're at the place. I just know who you're hanging with. I know what kind of waters you're swimming in. And it seems like this book, which just came out, last year, was a 5-year project by elites specifically to turn progressive, opinion in their favor and allow them to do shit. Right? Propaganda networking. Yeah, I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts. And it literally, they put him on here, a 5+ year, 100-book quest for a root disease diagnosis for what is crippling left politics and rotting our American democracy. And then they give a list of intellectuals. And the first guy on the list in this internal thing, Ezra Klein. Crazy. Working on piecing that analysis together via an emerging political ideology called abundance. The goal now is operationalizing it into a powerful political faction that drives public outcomes at scale. That is quite something. So we're here, right? Okay, let's take a step back. Okay, let's look at the whole fucking crazy board here. We've got some people who generally seem, I don't know, they probably mean well, right? I don't know. I think Joseph Gordon-Levitt is probably dumb. I don't know, maybe not. Am I being too mean to him? I don't know, but I mean it in maybe he's not dumb, but I think he got swindled. Anyone can get swindled. You don't have to be dumb to get swindled. If you think you can't get swindled, you are the most swindleable person there is, okay? Swindleable as fuck. And I think Gordon-Levitt genuinely thinks he's holding big tech accountable when he does this shit. I think he thinks that. He's just so earnest. If you watch his video where he says that, he's like, now I want to get 100% of the votes. Okay, you guys are going to do it, right? Remember me from Third Rock from the Sun? He's very much, that's his thing. That's what I get from him. Sophia Bush, I mean, I think she's a little bit more... I think she knows that what she is doing is, I don't know. I get very corporate vibes from her, and she's doing the philanthropy and activism for causes she believes in, but it's also to get the eyes off of what she's doing with the banks and whatever. these businesses, this like public equity or whatever it's called. I don't know anything about business, venture capitalist shit she's doing. And I think that when you get in that situation, you really start to drink the Kool-Aid. You know, if it's going to make you money, it's hard for you to ever think to yourself that's a bad thing to do. You know what I mean? And then Ezra Klein, I think this guy's got to be the most cynical one. Because this guy, like, he writes about politics. This guy writes about politics. This guy's going out there, he's saying Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way. Guy goes out there, he says shit like, Jeffrey Epstein, you know, I think he was a pedophile. I think he had a lot of powerful friends, and I think that that's just a total coincidence. Like, I don't think those crossed over at all. You know, well, you got to talk about both those things at the same time. Let's just talk about one at a time. He's running cover for a lot of these guys, right? And I think that he's doing it because he's like, I'm going to make a ton of money. I'm going to become the new fucking Hayek. Like, I'm going to write the new, whatever, neoliberal the new stage in neoliberal evolution. I'm going to become the fucking Democrat, like center-left Curtis Yarvin. All right. We're not doing neo-reactionary shit. We're doing neo-progressive shit where we take neoliberalism and we disguise it. We make it so that it's, well, no, we're giving the government more power to deregulate itself. Like, no, we want the government to get shit done. That's why it needs to deregulate, you know? Ultimately serving the same fucking libertarian God. And I don't know. I mean, is Ezra Klein a smart person? Yeah, for sure. He's a smart guy, right? He's got to be smart. He wrote a book. It's hard to do. And I just think that, like, there is a thing that the guy I always mention on this stream, G. William Domhoff, talks about upper class social cohesion. And it's, you spend a lot of time hanging out with people in your, you know, class. Okay? If you're in the upper class, you spend a lot of time hanging out with these people. You marry people in this group. You date people in this group. Your friends are people in this class. You send your kids to school with people in this class. You attend fucking conferences with people from this class. You are spending a lot of time hanging out with these people, and that is just, it's just going to change how you think. It just is. And that happens to everyone. You know, I did stand-up comedy for many years. I hung out with a lot of comedians. I knew all the comedian opinions. I had all the comedian opinions. It happens in like leftist organizations too. Like, you start hanging out on leftist Twitter for a while. Eventually, the things just kind of sink in. You know, you don't even realize it happening. You start being like, oh no, I do think that actually it's bedtimes are fucking, you know, bourgeois or whatever. Like you pick up other people's opinions when you are in social groups with them. If you don't pick up their opinions, if you're like, oh, I really don't agree, you probably would stop hanging out with them. And the more you hang out with them, the harder it is to justify disagreeing with their shit. And I think this is what happens with these guys. I think this is what I don't believe that they were sat down and they were like, we're going to pay you $10 million if you throw away all your ethics and do this and do that and do this. I don't think that's what it was. And I think that the whole purpose of the fucking thing here, this exercise, like when I say like they date each other, they marry each other, they literally have an app to date other members of Dialogue. Like they were trying to encourage that. And like I said, like the George Carlin quote, like, you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. That is true in almost every case. But one guy who is an exception is Peter Thiel. And I think that Peter Thiel specifically wanted to create this social group, this secret society, whatever you want to call it, of people who share ideas that are beneficial to his ultimate project. And I think that all three of these people, while some of them maybe have been more cynical than the other, all three of these people fell victim to that and probably thought that they were too smart to fall for this shit. But they did. But they did anyway. Like, Ezra Klein's posting this like fucking a week and a half after this article comes out. And he's still like, yeah, you guys are way too conspiratorial about this. And okay, yeah, we were hiding that we were getting like hundreds of millions of dollars from billionaires to spread the fucking blah, blah, blah. Like, it's like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, Peter Thiel, Dialogue, maybe it's just step one. Maybe that's just getting your foot in the door with his fucking whole underground, cloak and dagger shit that he does. Clandestine operations. He's got other shit. If you shake the right hands at Dialogue, who's to say you won't get an invite over to, I don't know, you might get like a Teal Fellowship, or you might get a Founders Fund, or you might get like an interview with Mithril Capital. Who knows? Maybe you'll get tapped on the shoulder and they'll be like, oh, you want to run for office? You want to be the next Ted Cruz? You want to be the next fucking J.D. Vance? You want to be the next political creature that Peter Thiel summons out of the ether? This is a fucking, you have to be aware of this. He wasn't even there, okay? Oh, okay. All right, so then he's not involved at all. Okay, got it. You didn't personally see him? Somebody told you that he wasn't involved anymore? Okay. Cool. And there was a, I wonder if I can quickly find this. God, this always, tale as old as time, me trying to find something quickly that I just remembered on Gmail. There is a, yeah, hang on. I think I maybe can find it. Look at this. I go to Gmail, I type in Dialogue. There's a ton of they talk about Dialogue a lot. Dialogue 2014. Partial list of people. Let's see. What did Lisa Randall say? So Lisa Randall, okay, forward her invite to Jeffrey Epstein. Is this worthwhile? Dear Lisa, you're invited to join us at Dialogue 2014, a 2-day bipartisan retreat. Interesting. So they also say it's bipartisan. I would never have gone if it wasn't bipartisan. Julian Castro is there, and Ted Cruz and Leonard Leo and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and all these evil guys. Yes, they send this invite 16 months in advance. We're giving you a chance to sign up now. There'll be no speeches, just many moderated breakout discussions of 6.15 people. What the fuck? Oh, it must be 6 to 15 people. The Dialogue's participants aren't modest. And this is what the email said in 2014. The Dialogue participants aren't modest. We want to change the world. But we don't want to spend our time being in a large audience listening to long-winded speeches. There are no speakers, no panels. All attendees participate in breakout facilitated discussions, and we limit the discussion to only 150 global leaders who can have an impact now and emerging leaders who can help implement the plans we develop. We've rented out the entire Sundance Resort in Utah. Cool. You qualify for a significant discount on the retreat fee. We increase the retreat fee weekly to reward the people that sign up early. Partial list of people who will be participating. Oh, does it have the actual thing? Does it have a list of the people who are participating? Or did she cut that out maybe when she forwarded it? Oh no, it actually does have a list of people. Whoa, crazy. Cool. Okay, so we already had a look at this list. I didn't even know this. Damn. All right. There's something for me to look through later. Add to my list. That was 2014 Dialogue. Let's see. What else was there? I think there's one where he talks about it and he's like, it's kind of lame. Is it this one? It's worthwhile. Same one. Same one. Oh, God. Nope. Oh, jeez. They got him. Can somebody please fix the fucking Gmail so I'm not looking at the same email like 14 times? And I think this was 2012. Weird. Okay. Ian Osborne sends to Epstein, same shit. Peter doesn't even attend. I'll tell him he should stop them using his name. This is it seems that Peter Thiel doesn't attend. But I think that's because everyone knows he's an odious fucking figure that no one should trust. And he's like, we don't want to scare people away. We want people to join the secret society. So why don't we keep the fucking lizard man out of here? The reptile. Okay. And then the rest of this is, I think, him just spelling Dialogue like that. Ian Osborne. Same shit. Lauren Hoffman. Okay. whatever. I think the slimiest part of this to me, from Jason B, is the notion that we need all these bold new innovations to solve the problems these people claim to care about. Yeah, because at the end of the day, basically any new political idea just boils down to one-on-one organizing. Yeah, we got to force these people to do shit. Oh yes, I saw this. Yeah, one of the people participating is named Jeff Epstein, but it's not the same guy. That's very funny. Yeah, you're right. He is more pink than teal. Should rename Peter Pink for sure. Right. Teal's other group, Heretical Con. Yeah, I saw something about that. I didn't go deep on it, but did you quote the stuff from the Epstein file? Oh yeah, yes. We were just looking over that. Peter Thiel's interest in secret societies. Oh yes, sorry. I think you're talking about Julian Domhoff here. Do you have a recommended starting point for his books? Finland's got it here. Who Rules America? Phenomenal book. So good. Every page of that book is like blow your mind again and again and again and again. It's so good. You can also just check out his website, whorulesamerica.net. There's a lot of good stuff on here. I wonder if there's something on here that's relevant to what I was just talking about. I mean, I'm sure there are, but social science, social change, theories of power. I mean, maybe in the Triumph of the Corporate Rich, Legacies or Relics. Yeah. The thing that I was really quoting, I guess, is just like the social cohesion thing. It's interesting. He studies like graduation speeches at like elite high schools and stuff, and how the elites, when they're talking to each other, they will sort of just, it all goes assumed. Everyone is like operating under the assumption that they are just better than the rest of the world. Like they are just superior. And that's why they're doing so well in life. And they'll sort of just say this during their graduation speeches at their whatever high schools and shit. Conspiracy theories are all wrong for many reasons. It's true that some corporate leaders lie and steal. Some government officials, including the president, initiate secret actions and then try, and usually fail, to keep them out of the newspapers. But those activities are not what is meant by a conspiracy theory, most of which involve an imagined small group of people secretly plotting to gain or retain control of the government through illegal means. Anyway, he's good. He's good. All right. Should I look at the thing from Flesh Simulator? We don't need to even clip this because I don't really want to be talking about Flesh Simulator anymore. What do we have here? Ah, yes. Here we go. There we go. All right, let's see what he had to say here. Flesh Simulator, 1 hour ago. 2 minutes in, and you're already conflating the segment of the Is That Nuke video where I list off topics that make progressive reflexively spaz out and extrapolating what you think my views are based off of me saying these topics make leftoids freak out and stop being able to think critically once invoked. I've repeatedly stated I think whatever racial IQ gap that shows up in tests in the US is almost entirely due to nutritional inequality. Okay. I mean, that's a better opinion than I thought he had, but all right. My actual controversial race science opinion is that about 2% of black people have a gene that makes them wildly disproportionately prone to violence. LMFAO. Okay. What? I'm so confused. I'm not just basing my opinion of whether or not Flesh Simulators. Sorry, guys. I realize some of you guys may have no idea what I'm talking about here. Maybe people don't know who Flesh Simulator is. But just in case anybody here is totally caught up on everything that has happened with him, I will say I was not basing my statement on Flesh Simulator being racist just on the things he said in his Is That Nuke video, which later he sort of took back halfway and was like, I was just trolling. I don't actually think, but it wasn't very specific. I don't think, it's annoying because I can tell he hasn't actually watched any of my other videos on him. But okay, whatever. It's not just that video. I'm talking about the shit I've seen him post on Twitter. Shit, the guy posts the N-word on Twitter. The guy posts talking about Zimbabwe is worse than Rhodesia or whatever. He talks about what George Floyd was clear. You can see in the video if you watch it, him like the fentanyl in his mouth. That's how he died. Like shit like that. This guy believes some shit. If it's all a fucking troll and I'm an idiot for thinking that he was being serious, how was I supposed to know that? You gotta fucking, there has to be some way that you can be like, I don't actually believe any of that stuff. And I got my black friend to type the N-word whenever my Twitter account posted it. So I never even did that. It's fine. You know, like I'm not basing my entire opinion on him from that one video he made. And it's just annoying because like I feel like I've been like more than fair to the guy. I've made a few videos about him. Yes. Was that shitty to do? Probably. I can imagine being in his position, being like, oh, fucking Chill Goblin sucks. But like, I've been so fair to him. And I've been like, yo, you aren't even, oh, it sucks. People are making fun of you. Oh, blah, 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 blah. I've never encouraged the whatever doxing or anything like that. This guy watched the 2 minutes of the new video and he's like, oh, you don't even get it. Bro, you don't fucking get anything, man. You don't get anything. Flesh Simulator. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, Flesh Simulator. You don't even get me, man. You don't get me. A dude's like, oh, his fucking Pizzagate video was him watching another guy's video about Pizzagate. No, it wasn't. The fuck are you talking about, man? You talking about like a stream I did on like Ian Carroll? What do you mean? I don't know. I'm over it. I'm over it. We don't need to go more into that. Yeah, end of the day, my take on Flesh Simulator, I wish he would do like 2 seconds of research on anything that he says. Literally anything. Oh man, okay, I got a couple of things I could watch here. Ooh, what do I want to watch? I got time to watch at least one more thing. Let's do this. Check it out. Alex Jones on X. The secret founders of the Q operation / movement were just revealed. I haven't seen this yet. I don't know what he's talking about. But it seems from this thing that Alex Jones now believes that QAnon was a psyop. Something that I've heard people on the right saying for a while. But it's very interesting because Alex Jones had kind of a love-hate relationship with QAnon, right? Where he'd be like, at first he was like, it's not real, guys. Come on, you got to keep watching me. I'm the one that's going to tell you about the real stuff, okay? QAnon, he's a pretender to the throne. You got to watch more Alex Jones. Alex Jones Anon. Alex Jones Anonymous. He's got his full name. Alex Frederick Jones Anonymous. If he posts, he's posting on 8chan too. By the way, I'm Alex Jones Anonymous. You cannot find me. You cannot trace me. Don't even try. Here are the clues for the week. Soros. Hillary. What else? Babylonian freaks. Druids.
This is just unbelievably macabre and evil.
Infowars.com. He posted a thing. Anyway, no. So he went back and forth where he was like, no, it's not real. And then he was like, okay, no, it is real. And I agree with it. Oh, yeah, it's all true. And then now he's like, oh, it's not. So it's interesting that now he's going, and I also have this video I snagged from somebody. Maybe we can watch this first, actually. This is just a little supercut somebody made. Alex Jones tried to hijack the Q movement. Let's check it.
As we've been interpreting and watching, and Alex has been following QAnon is military intelligence.
Oh.
And close to Trump. And the intelligence we're getting that we've explained on InfoWars really is a lot of the inside script.
Sorry, I'm going fast motion because I gotta talk slow. Okay, now it's Alex Jones. I'll slow down.
I talked to the patriots that are in intelligence, the highest levels, and they tried to recruit me when Trump first got in to officially work in their operation. And I respectfully declined. I said, I want to work on my own. And it's too cloaking.
I'm more of a lone wolf type guy. Now, thank you, Energy Department, for agreeing to give me the Q clearance and making me QAnon's friend. But no, I think I'm better off as an operative who's just out here behind a big desk making shit up about Sandy Hook. I think that's where my true talents lie.
Dagger. I separate from government. But
separate from the government. I'm not so much of a government employee, but I do appreciate what the deep state's doing. And I just want you guys to keep up the good work.
I was involved in the first launching of Q. And
I was involved in the first launching of Q. I was hanging out with that South African guy. What's his name? We were talking about how we're both Nazis and how we should probably start putting shit up on the poll board. High-level insider, lots of high-level government insider. Sean Ferber, I think his name was. What was it? Was that it? Sean Farber? I actually can't remember his name, but the guy who probably started it. He's like, I was involved in Q. The dude can't stop lying, man. He didn't even believe Q at first. Now he's like, I was only saying I didn't believe it because I was actually trying to trick you into thinking that I wasn't part of it, but I was. I want to say I was with there when they launched it.
Sit there and tell people that, and they go, oh, yeah, right.
Alex Jones went from following and supporting Q to claim...
This is the guy that posted it, Anon. But yeah, he's got a lot of clips.
You're lying because you're full of shit. That's why. Because every goddamn thing out of you people's mouths doesn't come true. And it's always, oh, there's energy, and oh, now we're done with Trump. You said he was the Messiah. You said he was invincible. You said it was all over. That we're all going to Gitmo. Now, oh, he's part of a larger thing of Q. I will not suffer your Q people after this. I knew what you were day one, and I know what you are now, and I'm sick of it.
A few years ago, you painted some broad brush strokes about who Q was and how possibly it had exchanged hands and things like that. And at one point, you threatened that if they didn't come out and say who they were themselves, that you were going to do it. And, I can't listen all the time, but...
He's like, they're lying! He's like, I actually was part of the guys that started it. I was one of the original Qs. I was there for the original phases of Qs, back when it was R, S, P, whatever the letters are leading up to Q. I was part of that movement. And when Q came around, I was like, I'm part of it now. And Q actually told me to go on InfoWars and yell really loudly and say that he was a liar, and talk about how all of his predictions don't come true and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's a little backstory. Let's watch what he's saying nowadays.
The inauguration, 2017, and I'm not going to name names on these people. I'll name the big names. I get contacted by people I know that work in the White House, and they said, listen, we saw the trouble you're getting putting out the WikiLeaks. And I'm like, hey, we didn't put that out. We just covered it. No, we know that. But imagine if you could do that through like 4chan or 8chan, but also kind of add some treasure hunt to it, some game theory to it. That's what it is. It's Dungeons and Dragons, basically. That's what the Q stuff is.
It's game theory. I'm Professor Jang now.
And then you don't get any of the heat or attacks, but then all this stuff we've got on them, we can feed out, and then you can boost it. Would you like to be involved? And I said, well, who's running this? I said, well, Trump knows.
I think this kind of thing does happen with him, though. I think this does happen with him.
And Steve Bannon's managing it. And I said, okay, yeah, I'll meet with you. Months go by. Then I get a visit down here in Austin, Texas by some White House people. And they're like, yeah, so we want to work with you, and you can boost the stuff, and you can have ideas and stories you're working on, but we can get it, add intel to it, and put it out and not have any of the heat. And I said, Anonymous has been out forever. It's a Guy Fawkes mask, and anybody can put it on. And people always ask, is Anonymous real? Well, it's just a guy in a Guy Fawkes mask. 1 billion people could be anonymous. It is anonymous. You never know who it really is, so you can't say is anonymous good or bad. It's whatever the person's saying, whoever's saying they're anonymous. I said, I've never worked with a party. I've never worked with an agency. This person's been in intelligence. I said, I'm sorry. I said, if you got some big story, you want me to boost it, I can vet it. I'll be happy to boost it, but I'm not.
That's so interesting, because I always think that he does that shit. I will boost it.
I'm not getting involved.
Yeah, no, I'm not, or have ever been on the right, but I do believe Q is a psyop. Me too. I mean, I don't know that it was. See, here's the thing, right? I don't personally think that QAnon was started by Trump's team or people in the White House. But I do think that it was boosted by them once it had already taken off. I think they figured out who it was. Maybe they funneled money to them. I don't quite know, but yes. I think that a lot of its spread was orchestrated by Bannon and whatever. Bannon told Epstein his job, what he does for a living, is do ops. He coordinates smear campaigns on people. You can watch my Pizzagate video. I do think that was a fucking pure op. I think Steve Bannon had his hands in that for sure.
We need Steve Bannon to respond to this, because I'm not letting the cat out of the bag. I don't give up confidences on something unless what that's going on is illegal. So I need to be able to have these meetings with different groups and people, with my journalistic hat on. Because I almost talked about this in the last 6 months when all the Epstein stuff was coming out, because there is Bannon, there is Epstein, right when, they're starting the 4chan and the 8chan with the heads of it, and then right when they say we're going to be political now with this, right when Trump wins, and I was read in on this, not that Epstein was involved.
Q is Steve Bannon. I mean, maybe he was probably involved for sure, but I think that the accepted answer to the question, Paul Ferber was his name, was at least from what I gather, and there is debate about this, but it's believed that it was started by this South Africa guy on 4chan that was Paul Ferber was his name. He was a South African neo-Nazi, and when he got kicked off the 4chan board, taken to 8chan, that was taken over by the founders of the guys who owned 8chan, not the founders of 8chan, the guys who owned 8chan at the time, Jim Watkins and his son Ron Watkins. Ron Watkins probably did all the most of the posting, but there were weird things, like there was a very fancy pen that Q posted at one point, and as it turns out, Ron Watkins, the dad, had a weird interest in pens, in expensive fountain pens or whatever. There's shit like that. And then there's the documentary, what's his name? Down the Rabbit Hole, the HBO documentary where he's at the 8chan whatever company in the Philippines, and he gets, and Ron Watkins slips up and he's like, so when I posted that, when Q posted that, it really seems like he's the guy. Wasn't it possible that Paul Ferber was the second Q, that it was genuinely some random 4chan guy before that? Yes. And there's also a weird what's it called? An ARG? What do they call it? I used to know this. There was a weird ARG that had a lot of similarities with Q. It was called locusts or something, some bug, I think, or butterfly. I can't remember. Into the Storm. That's what it was. Thanks, Finland. That's the name of the documentary on HBO. Highly recommend. So good. Even if you're not interested in this shit. Amazingly made documentary. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, I don't see how it's not these two random dudes on this father and son team on a pig farm in the Philippines somewhere that were doing the posts and doing most of the shit. But I think there was some coordination too with between the Trump campaign or Steve Bannon or one of these fucks. Because it was so, Colin Holback is the guy that made it. Yes. Oh, well, so according to Dan Olson of Folding Ideas, the vast majority of flat earthers moved on to QAnon. I don't know how much of an impact that had. Well, it wasn't the flat earthers that had an impact on it. What made QAnon so powerful was that it was a big tent conspiracy. And I don't think there's ever been an example of this in history, that a conspiracy was it was the fucking Marvel Cinematic Universe of conspiracies, where it was this is the fucking Avengers movie. This Q involves everybody. The flat earthers are there. The JFK assassination, all the fucking old lone gunman conspiracy guys are there. All of these fucking people are here. They're all part of this thing. Everyone's welcome. We're all in it. Everybody. It got the fucking yoga moms. It got the fascist teenagers. It got anybody. You're skeptical of vaccines. You believe in aliens. You believe in this. You believe in that. So many things all came together, and everyone was welcome in Q. And QAnon was just we're all going to focus on how the Democrats are a satanic pedophile cabal. That's what we're all going to focus on. And people called it a big tent conspiracy. I think that's a good way to think about it. But yeah, when relating Bannon to Q, I believe he financed it. Maybe. It's hard to tell. Anyway, let's continue on with this though. Let's hear what Alex has to say.
But that Bannon and Trump were running it, and then here.
Did any of the real old school JFK heads go to Q? Absolutely, a lot of them did. There's a guy who I believe coined the term pastel QAnon who's like a Q researcher named Propagander, or no, Dappergander, I think, or something like that. Oh, geez, I forget his name, but I used to read his Patreon posts all the time. They were like, open, anybody could read them. And he categorized different elements of the QAnon base. And one of them he called the lone gunmen, and they were all the old school, like boomer JFK believers, or not JFK assassination conspiracy theorists. That was like a huge part of their demographic. I'll see if I can pull that up, actually.
Here's the adjuncts under it, and they wanted me to work with it, and I said no thanks, because I'm not going to join any group, so I can be totally independent. That's a very important thing, because then once you do that, it's like, hey, buddy, you work for us. No, I'm independent. So obviously, Bannon's this political guy. He wants populist movements, all this stuff he's pushing, I think, from a real place. Well, then you go to that phantom head, the shadow head of the Tornado Commission to get that done. And I'm not being an apologist for him. I'm saying I knew some of that was going on, but not the hugeness of the relationship when it came out. And imagine what we don't know. So it just gives you a look into this whole underworld, there in Gotham. So I'm told by the people that set it up 8 months into it, or 9 months, whatever it was, that, it's been taken away. You better watch out. And like you said, just let people know it's just like anonymous. Anybody can say they're Q. People got to be careful. And so I don't know who the good guys are and the bad guys. I'm not blaming anybody, because I don't know enough about all the little inside things on it. I just know who started it. I know where it came from. And indeed, it did come out of the first Trump administration. And now I know where it came from. And indeed, it did come out of the first Trump administration. And now that type of thinking is all over the place. And the Democrats have their blue and on. And you deserve to know what it is.
What? That's not what blue and on is.
And so now...
Okay, this sounds crazy. But just because we're talking about it, this is Dappergander's... what's it called? Patreon. I just posted in the thing if people want to check it out. But there's a lot of really great stuff on here. But trying to find the QAnon Guide to Red Pilling. I remember that one's really interesting. Why don't Q followers explain what they believe? Sock Puppet Sea Lions, Deep State, Satanic Panic, Bad Faith Accounts, Panic in DC. Oh, jeez. I thought I'd be able to find this easy. Can I search on here? How does Patreon work? Search posts. Yeah. Lone gunman. Let's try that. QAnon fully surrendered, making a list, checking it twice. Oh, is this one? Oh, I can't view it? Oh, I have to join to unlock? Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to sign me in. Okay, fuck it. Dang, all right. Well, I remember being able to read these back in the day, but yeah, he had a very, very helpful kind of way he broke stuff down. Anyway, maybe I'll see if I can have him on. He'd be a cool guy to talk about this stuff with. Anyway.
I am going to reveal to you the true origins of the Q movement.
Yes.
All the rumors, all the movies, all the books, all the speculation, all of it. Horse crap.
What? Oh. Horse crap?
Now.
Horse crap. Now he's watching his language. He's like, I don't want to say bullshit. I might get taken down. Tim Heidecker might come and take alexjones.live.com. He might literally take my skin this time.
The WikiLeaks came out.
Okay.
I didn't know Julian Assange. We weren't involved with him, but Roger Stone was starting to work at InfoWars in
I think he's talking about Pizzagate here.
2016. And he'd heard through Randy Credico that knew...
Oh, sorry. Phil, not that I know of, to be honest. No one that I knew before. Like, yeah, like, Morley or whatever. Like, all of the JFK assassination dudes that I like, none of them went QAnon. JFK assassination is like one of the, you don't have to, it's not like a fucking lizard people conspiracy. Like, there are some very intelligent, sane, measured people who are very deep in the JFK conspiracy rabbit hole. But a lot of the people who still are putting out work about it are pretty grounded, I think. But yeah, no, in general though, there were a lot of just like kind of boomer dads probably who got Q-pilled and got there from JFK to Q. I mean, remember one of the big characters in the QAnon world was JFK Jr., who they believed was still alive and, was actually working with Q. Some people thought he was Q himself. And that was actually one of the main factional splits, divides in the QAnon base, was who believes the JFK Jr. thing and who doesn't believe the JFK Jr. thing. And in fact, Q himself, or themself, or itself, whatever pronouns they use, Q said once, guys, stop believing in JFK Jr. That's not a thing. And still the JFK Jr. guys were like, nah, but he said it in a way that you could tell he actually was saying it is real. Like there was like, so fascinating the way what people will tell themselves when they're in this kind of conspiracy brain mode. Anyway, all right, let's get back.
Assange, that they were.
So he's talking about WikiLeaks. Like I assume he's talking about Pizzagate here, right?
Going to release bombshell stuff on Hillary. He didn't know the specifics.
This is Pizzagate.
And we were trying to get a hold of Assange, trying to get him on.
This is a full year before QAnon came out. This is 2016, November.
Just the big guess is what you do in talk radio and TV. Later, they indicted Roger for lying to Congress, saying that he wasn't involved with
Russia.
WikiLeaks, which he wasn't. I was there. I know. I was like pressuring him to try to get him on.
Hey, he wasn't involved with WikiLeaks. We have the fucking texts between him and Eric Prince about like, I just had a meeting with Assange. The payload is ready to. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
And so, but we were really good. We had a lot more reporters and crew then. Paul Watson. When the WikiLeaks came out, you didn't have AI to go over it. Millions of pages. Watson.
We didn't have AI to go over the WikiLeaks, but we did have millions of insane basement dwellers on 4chan to go over it. So just as good, really.
Just stayed up for like 3 days and broke like 20 huge stories or more. And Drudge was linking to all of them. I mean, one article had like 20 million readers in one day. And it was just boom. And the Democrats decided, they said, okay, Jones is working with another group of the CIA or something. This is too sophisticated.
Whatever happened to Paul Watson? I always think about that when I see this Matt background too. I think he's still around, but I haven't heard from him either. Mr. E, I believe JFK was shot because he didn't want Israel to have a nuke, but the CIA did, like a U.S. version of nukes in Cuba. I really don't think so. I think that is, I've looked into a lot of the JFK assassination conspiracies, and I found a lot of them like very credible. I think that the Israel one is like the least credible. Israel, like, the CIA had a lot of fucking issues with JFK that had nothing to do with Israel. No president wanted Israel to get nukes. Israel still is like lying. Israel still officially does not have nukes, as far as the U.S. knows. Like they were just going to do it anyway. Yeah, he was like, I don't know, he had like a hard line on Israel, but like, I don't see that as a good argument. I think that might be like reason number 5. James Jesus Angleton wanted to kill JFK. Yeah, for real. And I think JJA, our buddy there, the Ghost. Is that what they call him? The Ghost? I think so. He had some crazy nickname, but he was working with Israel. We do know that. That was like a recently released thing back, like right as soon as the fucking CIA and Israel both started right after World War II. But there were a lot of other things. I mean, JFK hated the CIA and famously said, I will break the CIA into 1 million pieces and scatter it to the winds or something like that. I forget exactly. He had some fucking pretty badass quote actually about it. Destroying the CIA. They were mad that he didn't support an invasion of Cuba after Bay of Pigs disaster. There's a dozen mob guys, anti-Castro Cubans, and CIA guys you can point to as extremely likely conspirators. Like, there's a lot more shit that was actually involved. We know was like a big deal at the CIA. The Israel shit, like, that conspiracy theory didn't even start coming up until this Nazi dude wrote a fucking book about it like 20 years later. Forget what it was called. And now online, all I see is like the Israel conspiracies with JFK. And I get it. Israel is like an evil fucking, ethno state that sucks. But that doesn't mean it's responsible for everything bad that's ever happened in history. You know what I mean? I think there are other more likely explanations. I've never heard a good case for the Israel one. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked, and we got a lot more of this video to watch. And it legitimately seemed interesting. Let's check it out.
They opened a national security investigation on us. They're a group of the CIA or something. Decided, they said, okay, Jones is working with another group of the CIA or something. This is too sophisticated. They opened a national security investigation on us. They got declassified, came after me hardcore. You know the rest of the story. And really, we were just not lazy and knew how to go in and search stuff and get it out. And Drudge was a big fan and so was publishing. And it was just that. And other people were getting it too. It just wasn't. I mean, we had like an article an hour coming out.
I believe he's confused. I think he's talking about Pizzagate. I don't think he's talking about QAnon.
Readers and viewers. I mean, hundreds of millions of views a day. Just dominant, biggest show ever. Just, I mean, Joe Rogan, hold my beer. Number one, undoubtedly. We were already number one, but it was like number one to the next order. And I'm not bragging. I'm just telling you about that time and what happened. And then thousands of articles a week attacking us and hundreds of TV programs attacking us and just total insanity.
Yeah. Because you encouraged a fucking psychotic delusion around an entirely enormous slice of the United States population that ended up sending Madison Welch to drive to Comet Ping Pong and bring a gun into the restaurant and get arrested trying to kill pedophiles. Like, you did that, bro. You did that.
I'm talking to Trump a lot at the time when he's president-elect, and I'm talking to...
I believe he talked to Trump a few times during that time, yeah. I don't know if he was like, I talked to him a lot. He always called me before bed and asked me how my day was. I think he likes to overstate how close he was to Trump. But undoubtedly, like, Trump did come on his show. And Trump would, like, repeat shit that Alex Jones would say on his show in speeches and stuff. Like, I think Trump was watching InfoWars, or at least some people who were writing his speeches were watching InfoWars. Like, I think there was definitely some back and forth between the two camps.
His crew, and I'm talking to his people. And right after the inauguration...
Okay, so yeah, he is talking about Pizzagate. He's talking about the campaign. QAnon didn't start until 2017, November. That was the first Q post. And it didn't even blow up until... Well, it blew up pretty quickly, but like, so this is Pizzagate. But yeah, I mean, yes, Finland, Pizzagate and QAnon overlap a lot. They are the same thing, but QAnon did not exist at this point. So this is so crazy. I feel vindicated. You know what? I gotta do the fucking Alex Jones thing where anytime any little thing he says gets a little bit vindicated, he'll go like, and I told you, like, I don't make things up on this show. I was right. Alex Jones was right. Put another fucking $1 in the Alex Jones was right jar. I got to do that to myself sometimes, you know? I got to be like and all conspiracy, like, influencers do this. But I called this. I said, I think Alex Jones is a fucking vessel for the Pizzagate conspiracy psyop to be spread out to the masses. I think it's a psyop. I think it's done within the Trump campaign. And I think they are using Alex Jones' show as well as Drudge Report, which he also just mentioned, and a bunch of other fucking places to seed this out to the masses and to destroy Hillary's chance at the election. I called it. This is a big moment for me. Pizzagate was a psyop. Yo, I get so many fucking comments on my fucking Pizzagate video from people being like, you idiot, you're fucking running cover for the pedophile cabal. You're so stupid. You should watch InfoWars. Alex Jones has the real truth. I get so many comments like that. I'll be like, Alex Jones agrees with me. I'll link him this video. Yo, I made my Pizzagate video like 8 months ago. Alex Jones today finally is saying the shit that I said in my video. Like, I was right. Actually, this is crazy. Okay, wow. I thought he was just going to talk about QAnon. I didn't realize this was about Pizzagate. Oh, amazing. Vindicated. Total vindication.
2017, and I'm not going to name names on these people. I'll name the big names. I get contacted by people I know that work in the White House, and they said, listen, we saw the trouble you're getting putting out the WikiLeaks. And I'm like, hey, we didn't put that out. We just covered it. No, we know that, but imagine if you could do that through like
the part we saw already, but okay, we'll let him cook.
4chan or 8chan, but also kind of add some treasure hunt to it, some game theory to it. That's what it is. It's Dungeons and Dragons, basically. That's what the Q stuff is. And then you don't get any of the heat or attacks, but then all this stuff we've got on them, we can feed out, and then you can boost it. Would you like to be involved? And I said, well, who's running this? And I said, well, Trump knows, and Steve Bannon's managing it. And I said, okay, yeah, wow. I'll meet with you.
Steve Bannon's managing it. This is huge, guys. This is way bigger than I thought it was.
Oh, bye. Then I get a visit down here in Austin, Texas by some White House people. And I'm at my house, and Rob Dew was there. And we're out on my back porch. It's in the, I guess it's in the February or whatever it was. It was still cold. We had a fire going. There's a pool table out there. We're playing pool. And they're like, yeah, so we want to work with you.
He's painting a picture here. He's taking us, he's putting us there. He's putting us in the moment.
You can boost the stuff, and you can have ideas and stories you're working on, but we can get it, add intel to it, and put it out and not have any of the heat. And I said, Anonymous has been out forever. It's a Guy Fawkes mask, and anybody can put it on. And people always ask, is Anonymous real? Well, it's just a guy in a Guy Fawkes mask. 1 billion people could be anonymous. It is anonymous. You never know who it really is, so you can't say is anonymous good or bad. It's whatever the person's saying, whoever's saying they're anonymous. I said, I've never worked with a party. I've never worked with an agency. This person's been in intelligence. I said, I'm sorry. I said, if you got some big story, you want me to boost it, I can vet it. I'll be happy to boost it, but I'm not getting involved. And, Rob Dew was there at the meeting. He can vouch for all that. And I said, that's it. But I said, thank you very much. It's kind of like Don Corleone said, the best for your business. I wish you luck, but when this business is a little too dangerous, I'm not going to be part of that. Well, thank you very much. So that happened. And then I'm not really covering the Q thing, but 8 months later, 10 months later, whatever it was, I get some calls, and they said, listen, it got taken away from us, just like you said. And now the bad guys have it, and it's not good anymore. I'm like, well, what do I do with that? And I really wasn't covering it, but it was becoming this sensation. You have shots on Air Force One and shots of this to have credibility to it, and people don't want to ever.
Sorry, okay, I gotta take a moment here and do my little victory lap. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Let me try that again. I gotta take a minute here and do my little victory lap. Oh wait, where did it go? No, I just had it all queued up. What the fuck? Oh man, you guys don't even know what I'm mad about. Fuck. All right, whatever. Hang on. I'll just do it on screen. Whatever. I don't even care. Chill Goblin. Pizza. Pizzagate, a deep dish. Alex Jones. Where? Oh, hang on one sec. What about Alex Jones? I think is the part where I do it. There we go. Okay. Let me just play this section here. Hang on. The more mainstream people dish it out to the public. These are people like Sean Hannity, Michael Flynn, or Julian Assange. Think of them as the servers of the restaurant. What about Alex Jones? InfoWars, boosted by Drudge Report, did more than anyone I can name to spread the Pizzagate message far and wide. But how much did he know about the plan? Well, I think it's clear to almost everyone at this point, including former fans of his, that Alex is a liar and a grifter and a charlatan. He's someone who says dangerous things that he knows to be false just because he wants to line his own pockets with supplement money. He's not even a good actor.
It's bad. They hurt children, folks. And then he talks to the NYPD, and that's Eric Prince has come out with all of it.
So if I were read, he just immediately stops crying. Oh, they hurt children. Anyway, so he comes out with and like an actual InfoWar. The last person I'd want to have on the inside would be the host of InfoWars. We've seen how huge it is for Alex when he can say he was right. So if you were in a position to give him an actual scoop, he would immediately say it on his program. That's why I think Alex was more of a tool for the PSYOP than someone on the inside track. He was a reliable way to dispense unverified, insane stories to millions of viewers, especially when they played into the themes he'd been speaking on for years. To be fair, this is not exactly how Alex Jones described it, but he was like, and they wanted me to be part of it. They were like, will you join the CIA? And I was like, I can't do that. That's not really my thing. I'm kind of libertarian about that sort of thing. I don't really. But they wanted me to join, but then they were like, okay, fine, but can we at least give you information that you dispense on your show and you don't say where it's from? Can we at least do that? Do you want to be part of the op? And I was like, sure, that seems fine. That's exactly what I said, except for the part where Alex Jones politely declined to join the deep state. And he was like, I'll be a messenger. That's exactly what I said. And it's like, I don't think he was involved in behind the scenes planning, but I do think that they could reliably just like leak shit to him and know he would go off about it. Exactly what I said. Demons, Satanism. Like, if InfoWars has a thesis, it's the occult ceremonies of the elite. Jones has a highly visible role in the restaurant, but he's not actually that powerful. So think of him as the host, the guy who greets you at the door, finds you a table. Drudge report. There's a whole thing I do with the fucking, it's a restaurant. You don't need to know about that. Which accounted for around 50% of all traffic to InfoWars. Which he also mentions in that clip. Drudge, what about Drudge? Is also a major player. Drudge. All right, and he says Bannon's in charge of it. Let me see. What did I have about Bannon? Yes, well, Steve Bannon. Oh yeah, no, exactly. He's like Alex Jones. You don't want him on the inside of the inside track of anything. Steve, I miss my old hair. I miss my old long hair. Bannon. What about the chief executive officer of Trump's campaign and People Magazine's sexiest corpse alive, Steve Bannon?
Usually, I disagree with their People Magazine's picks. This one, they're spot on about.
They're right. You're right. You're right.
You're right.
He's not good looking for a living body, but he's for an animated corpse.
Yeah, I get it.
He can get it.
I see it.
Well, there's definitely a strong case that he. We're so cute. We're so cute, me and Goblin Queen. He would have been well positioned to be the orchestrator of the Pizzagate psyop. As the co-founder and former executive chairman of Breitbart News, aka Chud BuzzFeed, he had the media connections that Pizzagate needed to get off the ground. As a vice president of Cambridge Analytica, he would have access to data. This is where I do like that guy, that like black guy on TikTok that does like the. I feel like I could do that. I got kind of a good face for it. And what did I say? And what did I tell you? Well, on millions of Facebook users, which perhaps could have helped to amplify Carmen Katz's obscure post. You'd also have like Eric Prince and Steve Bannon here, and they're in like a Catholic sort of confession booth, but instead of a cross, it's like a pizza fucking scoop, you know? And it's like Bannon is like the priest and Eric Prince is the guy giving the confession. And I don't know, they're both Catholic. I think they're both part of this kind of fascist, like Opus Dei connected, like, Catholic fascist sort of authoritarian takeover of the U.S. The Heritage Foundation and Project 2025 are big elements of. But, Leonard Leo, all of his Supreme Court picks, I put them here. I don't have like a necessarily concrete connections between them, but I have a strong feeling, I have a strong distrust. Been a keen observer and channeler of the power of online troll armies. In 2014, he had played a major role in channeling 4chan anti-feminist rage into a funnel for a right-wing ideology. These guys, these rootless white males, had monster power. You can activate that army. They come in through Gamergate or whatever, and then get turned on to politics and Trump. This is back during Gamergate, which I will say, I believe is also secretly orchestrated by Peter Thiel during the Gawker thing. Peter Thiel, another one of these Catholic fucks. So he's also in that fucking crew. He's also in the fascist Catholic fucking club. And he has his own connections to Opus Dei. Bannon was also credited by Trump. I should have put an echo on that voice and made it sound even more evil. Deputy campaign manager David Bossie for being the genius behind the idea of the Clinton accuser press conference.
What about the decision to bring out the former Clinton accusers and line them up at a table with President Trump, now President Trump, in the middle of the table in St. Louis? Whose idea was that?
That was Steve Bannon's. It was a brilliant stroke.
And I look at that press conference as the beginning of Pizzagate, the first step in a ongoing campaign of accusing Hillary Clinton of what Trump himself was guilty of. The preemptive narrative inversion, strategy that they're already doing. And the fact that Steve Bannon was behind that, to me, is evidence that he was involved in the same room, in the same fucking, brainstorming sessions that came up with the Pizzagate idea.
It refocused the debate. And it put it right back onto Bill and Hillary Clinton because three of the women were accusers of Bill Clinton, and one of them was an accuser of Hillary Clinton being an enabler of somebody who her.
Now, while I do find all this kind of convincing in a very circumstantial kind of way. Also, yeah, oh, jeez, did I not there's these. This came out after I'd recorded, but I was mentioning it earlier. Is this like readable? Do I have to go? Okay, this is at 480p. Hang on, we'll go full quality here. But this is the Epstein email not even an email, texts going back and forth. And Bannon says, "Who's running this op on you? Something serious going on." First a protest at Clinton, then at Trump. Lots of people very angry at our friendship. It's an op, dude. So this is Bannon texting Epstein. It's an op, dude. I do this for a living. The pieces that are dropping are deeply researched. I do this for a living. Steve Bannon says to Jeffrey Epstein this is also weird where he's like saying all these articles that are coming out about Jeffrey Epstein in 2018 because of, the work done by Julie K. Brown and others to, expose Jeffrey Epstein and his elite connections. Bannon's reaction was, this is an op. Someone's behind it. I don't think that's true in this case, but I do find it very interesting that he says, I do this for a living. He's like, there's a conspiracy against you to slander your name. Trust me, I do this for a living. This is what he sees as his fucking job. Running ops on people. Anyway, listen, I don't want to just keep playing my own thing as much as it is kind of like fun to, be like masturbate on stream a little bit. I feel like that's good. Like I called this. I called all this shit. And here's Alex Jones being like, yeah, as it turned out, Steve Bannon was running an op. He keeps calling it QAnon. He's not talking about Q. Get this right. He's talking about fucking Pizzagate. QAnon did not exist during the, what's it called? I don't know. Yeah, the campaign in 2016. QAnon is a late 2017 it started.
Never have clear answers. Like, here's...
Sorry, let's keep going. I don't know if we're going to watch this entire thing, but this is way crazier than I thought.
Actual legislation to build FEMA camps, put you in them. But if you hear a rumor of, people love it. I wasn't really...
Man, watch his own video on stream. Listen, you got to give me my wins, okay? I never remember to do this stuff where I mentioned where I was right. But I was right.
Covering all the Q stuff at the time. And then I started kind of going, well, now, folks, it can be taken control of, and maybe there's some good Q people and some bad Q people, but...
People. Yeah, I find it interesting. Is he now in 2018, 2017? Like, it seems like he's still talking about Pizzagate, but he's like, I think he's just confused about the timeline. Like, there's some good Q people and bad. But what he's saying, like, I said it, maybe it could be taken advantage of. That with Pizzagate, that was only after the fucking Madison Welch brought a gun to the Comet Ping Pong when he was like, guys, we need to back off. And I've always been saying, he deletes all his videos, his fucking stochastic terrorism videos. He comes in, he's like, but by the way, I've always said, I don't think Pizzagate's real. Meanwhile, like every video he's been making for weeks is just like, Pizzagate's 100% real, and here's why we need to do something about it. Something needs to be done. Hopefully somebody goes with a gun, drives across the country, and walks in a Comet Ping Pong. Blah, blah, blah. Like, he was very much saying that shit until the second it became a liability. He's like, and I've always said, this is probably fake. This is probably all psyop.
I was just on my own trying to, like, not repeat what I've been told. I was just told, watch out for it, but at the same time...
You were fucking bullshit. Alex Jones will repeat anything he's told, whether it's from Steve Bannon or a random email in his inbox that's like, I think maybe the Rothschilds are coming after my children. He's like, well, apparently there's a Rothschild news. I got a very reliable source.
I'm kind of just market for people to say, hey, anybody could say they're this, like anybody could say they're anonymous. Anybody could wear a IRA shirt like the British intelligence used to do and then shoot videos saying horrible things.
True.
Or, anybody can go attack their own synagogue or their own black church and say some white guy did it. I mean, you can false flag this. And so...
Okay, you guys are roasting me on this, eh? A new stream format. Every stream you watch the previous stream.
We saw all that go on and all that happen, and then so many people didn't vote in 2020 because they thought Trump was invincible and couldn't lose.
Now we're talking about QAnon. Yeah.
And I had, famous CIA guys like Pachenik telling me, oh, no, Q's real. It's all great. You should get behind it.
Don't believe anything Steve Pachenik tells you. This guy is the fucking PSYOP master.
And then I wouldn't do it. because under the people that
Should I play the segment from my video about Steve Pachenik? No, I won't.
started it, and they said, look out, it's been co-opted. And so that I'll get attacked by, people that are involved, down low that, think they're part of some secret thing and they're not.
What was QAnon co-opted by? What was it? It was always the same bullshit. He was like, look out, QAnon's woke now. Look out. The latest Q drop said that it's okay if there's a bank commercial with a gay couple in it. Wait, look out. The latest Q drop says that they're going to be hiring women of color on the Q team. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. The latest Q drop says that maybe we should vote our conscience. Trans rights are human rights. Wait a minute.
Not. And then I saw Kurt Meg.
Wait a minute. The latest Q drop says when we execute all of the fucking Democrats, maybe we should let the marginalized groups have a chance to renounce their ways and kneel to the glory of Q. What's with this QDEI?
Last year over the weekend on his show with Duncan Trussell here in Austin, really funny comedian, great analyst, co-host with Jimmy Dore, nail it and say what it.
Oh God, Duncan Trussell. How the mighty have fallen. Anyway, I know he Duncan Trussell had Alex Jones on his podcast like 2 months ago, or maybe a little bit longer ago than that, and it was like really nice. Duncan Trussell, come on, you're supposed to be the good fucking dude in the Rogan sphere.
It was. Now his interpretations of
emergency alert. Q has started putting their pronouns in all their posts. Yeah, Q transitions. It's like QAnon posts. Attention, patriots! I've decided to start trying they, them pronouns for now. Might just be a temporary thing. See how it feels. Might move on to she, her.
of Bannon and stuff might be wrong.
Anyway, Hillary Clinton is the devil.
But I already, in the last 5-6 months when all these Jeffrey Epstein files came out, 3+ million.
Duncan Trussell, you probably might know him. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast a lot, and he was usually kind of like the voice of reason. And he told Joe like early on, he's like, Joe, he has like a very like kind of pothead kind of voice, like, Joe, you gotta stop, like you're hanging out with these guys like Ben Shapiro and you don't realize they're kind of making you right wing, man, like they're all blah blah blah. If you've seen the what was the fucking Netflix show by Pendleton Ward, Midnight Gospel, he was like, that was all just animations of his podcast. Whenever he goes on Rogan, they would always like dress up and wear like weird costumes. This dude, and he's pilled. He's pilled. He's like, he's into a lot of the same conspiracies as Joe Rogan. He talks about Bohemian Grove and shit with Alex Jones when he comes on. He's like, I was a big fan of your Bohemian Grove stuff back in the day. I remember watching that. And I'm like, wow, thinking, oh my God. But yeah, he's big into psychedelics. You know, he's good. I mean, I don't know. I think he's cool. But lately I've been pretty fucking disappointed. Anyway. Sorry, where were we?
Saw Bannon.
So many tangents with this one. Anyway.
In there with Epstein, the founders of.
Sorry, wait, what the fuck? What are we talking about? You saw Bannon with Epstein?
I already, in the last 5-6 months when all these Jeffrey Epstein files came out, 3+ million, saw Bannon in there with Epstein, the founders of 4chan, 8chan, the other big similar things.
Okay, now he's just completely fucking delusional. I already saw. Wait, what did he say? Did he say? Sorry. Did he say he saw Bannon with the founders of 4chan and 8chan? Or did he say he saw Bannon with, did he say Epstein with the founders? Hang on, let me hear.
That's when all these Jeffrey Epstein files came out, 3+ million, saw Bannon in there with Epstein, the founders of 4chan, 8chan, the other big similar things.
Okay, that's very different. So he saw Bannon with the founders of 4chan. I mean, okay, Moot, I guess. But 4chan banned Q pretty early. So I don't think that you can argue that, Moot was behind Epstein. Paul Ferber, though, I think he was like a moderator on the poll board. So maybe he meets him. But that Bannon was connected to the Watkins, that I didn't know, and that's very interesting.
Meeting with them, going to meetings, talking about how they're using it for political purposes. And I started thinking, I'm like, was it always going to be used to attack the real patriots? And then I'm just told, oh, we lost control of it, so I wouldn't think it was them doing bad things with it. And I'm not saying that. We need Steve Bannon to respond to this because I'm not letting the cat out of the bag. I don't give up confidences on something.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, the Watkins are not the founders. The founder of 8chan was Frederick Brennan, who followed me on Twitter, RIP. Pour one out. But no, he's talking about he must be talking about the Watkins. He must be.
Something unless what that's going on is illegal. So I need to be able to have these meetings with different groups and people, with my journalistic hat on. But when I saw that Metzger got it and others had figured it out, I was just like, well, now's the time because I almost.
Oh, so is he confusing? I think he might, because didn't he say that? Okay, maybe I'm misremembering. Goblin Queen, when you edit this, and if this is wrong, just cut this out. But didn't he say earlier that Duncan? He was like, and he's on the Jimmy Dore program, Duncan Trussell. Is he confusing Duncan Trussell with Kurt Metzger? Because now he's talking about Metzger. Because Duncan Trussell's not on Jimmy Dore. I mean, maybe he's been on Jimmy Dore, but I don't think he doesn't like co-host it or anything.
But when I saw that Metzger got it and others had figured it out, I was just like, well, now's the time because I almost talked about this in the last 6 months when all the Epstein stuff was coming out because there is Bannon, there is Epstein, right when, they're starting the 4chan and the 8chan with the heads of it. And then right when they say we're going to be political now with this, right when Trump wins, and I was read in on this, not that Epstein was involved, but that Bannon and Trump were running it, and then here's the adjuncts under it, and they wanted me to work with it, and I said no thanks because I'm not going to join any group so I can be totally independent. That's a very important thing because then once you do that, it's like, hey buddy, you work for us. No, I'm independent. So, I mean, I'll work with people and they got good information I can vet. I'll collaborate, but I ain't under your flag. Just.
By the way, I will do your bidding, but I'm not under your flag. Okay, I'm not in the deep state. I just will repeat whatever the deep state tells me to repeat. There's a distinction there. I'm not sure what it is, but that is what. Yeah, there's no evidence that Epstein knew the 8chan guys. Absolutely no.
No, sir. So then, I mean, anybody wants to look into this doesn't know about it. There's articles about it, but they don't really fully get it. Some get part of it. But you can just go into the Epstein, the big data dump of 3 million plus files 5-6 months ago, and it's hundreds and hundreds of emails. And Steve Bannon is the second most talked to person in there by Epstein. Thousands and thousands of communications. Right? And look.
He's the second most talked to person, but that can't be true. There's like fucking 10 emails a day with Leslie Groff. Like, Bannon is not number 2. He's up there. He's higher than a lot of people.
He never made a secret that he knew him. He was heavily politically powerful. I knew he worked for the Trial Commission starting in 91.
Yeah. I mentioned this before, but like the two big boogeymen of the John Birch Society kind of conspiracy like world, this very actually pro-elite movement that Alex Jones is a part of, and is kind of like the torch bearer of this conspiracy movement from yesteryear. Their big thing, their two big boogeymen really are the Trilateral Commission and the what's it called? Trilateral Commission. Wait, no. I know this. Not the World Economic Forum. What is it? Oh God. What is it? Oh, this is driving me nuts. Rockefeller. What is it? Founded. Hang on, I'm going to take this again. This is really dumb that I can't remember this. Foundation. Oh, I know it's on here. I know we've got. I know that our friend Domhoff knows this. But I forget where on this confusing thing. Not Bilderberg. Yeah, that's it. Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you, Finland. All right, let me take that again. Okay. And ready to go. Yeah, no, I've talked about this before where these guys, they really care about these two groups, the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission. And Epstein happens to have been on both of those boards, which is really unfortunate because it does give a lot of credence to this otherwise very insane way of looking at the world where you're extremely pro-elite in every way except for the part where elites do want to expand international trade. And that is something that these guys are against. Anyway, I've gotten more into that other times, but yes, he's mentioning Epstein's membership in the Trilateral Commission.
He was like 29. I didn't realize that by the mid-2000s, he was really sitting in for David Rockefeller, the head of the Trilateral Commission, and he basically was the head of the Trilateral Commission.
No, he wasn't.
So Alex Jones is not always right.
What, really? Maybe I should make that a sound drop.
Epstein was way more powerful than even I knew. So obviously Bannon's this political guy. He wants populist movements, all this stuff he's pushing, I think, from a real place. Well, then you go to that phantom head, the shadow head of the Trilateral Commission to get that done. And I'm not being an apologist for him. I'm saying I knew
the shadow head of the Trilateral Commission.
Some of that was going on.
Tragic. This Chill Goblin viewer still hasn't read Domhoff after hearing his name over 2,000 times. Yeah, it's okay. You guys don't got to read anything. I'm not trying to give you guys homework. You do whatever you want.
But not the hugeness of the relationship when it came out. And imagine what we don't know. So it just gives you a look into this whole under.
I haven't read this article, but I think it's pretty funny. It's like 4chan combined things the sex trafficker loved, like white supremacy and misogyny. It's like, I would have probably mentioned pedophilia and anime, you know, not just the white supremacy part. I don't think that was Epstein's main motivating factor.
Underworld, you know, they're in Gotham. So I'm told by the people that set it up 8 months into it or 9 months, whatever it was.
Yeah, I never heard much about Epstein and the Trilateral Commission. He was in it, but Jones is like, and I didn't realize he actually became the head of it after the Rockefellers left. Epstein became the head of the Trilateral Commission. I didn't realize that. It's like, yeah, I didn't realize that either, because that isn't what happened.
That, it's been taken away, you better watch out. And like you said, just let people know it's just like anonymous.
Did J.E. like anime? Probably. I don't know. I don't have any evidence for it other than like, come on now. Listen. Right? You must have. He was very much into weird Rule 34 art. Yeah, he liked Five Nights at Freddy's fucking... he sent his girlfriend a thread of Five Nights at Freddy's animated GIF porn and sent it to his girlfriend and being like, amazing animations or whatever.
Anybody can say they're cute. People got to be careful. And I was like, well, that's fine. I never really messed with it. So, okay, I just cover stuff I can prove. But now that you have...
That is such a lie. I just cover stuff I can prove. I never prove any of it. I do say I can prove it, but I never do. But I only cover stuff that I could if I wanted. Because for some reason, I never decided to actually show the evidence. It's like, I've heard from a very reliable, high-level insider source that and I know that I can't say that. Well, that's just such a lie.
This Epstein involved day one and going to conference.
Sorry, I'm just like having too much fun with the impression. I know what I just said didn't make any sense at all.
And going and meeting and going and staying with the founder of 4chan and 8chan and these other groups and Reddit.
This guy does not even know what the fuck he's talking about. No, he was not going and staying with the founders of 4chan, 8chan, and Reddit. We know he met Moot one time around the time that the poll board started. Probably an unrelated thing. No evidence that he had any interaction or knew anyone from fucking 8chan or Reddit. There's a theory that Ghislaine Maxwell was behind one of the highest karma accounts on Reddit. There's a pretty compelling theory. I'm not totally convinced, but I think it's interesting. She's just fucking rambling. I mean, this is what he always does. This is my fucking Marie Gelman effect where I'm like, oh shit, is it Maria Gelman? Am I confusing? Anyway, whatever it's called, where it's like, when I hear Alex Jones talk about shit that I do know about, I'm like, hey, that's all right. What he's saying here is fake. And then when I watch other things, I'm like, oh, like that must be true. He sounds very confident with what he's saying. But he's always just like this. He's always like this, just making shit up off the top of his head that sounds real. Based on what he like half remembers seeing in an email or reading, like skimming an article about 8 months ago.
And trying to control the minds of young men and all the rest of it. All I'm saying is that that's where it came from. It did come out of the first Trump administration. They tried to recruit me into it in front of Rob Dew, witness, and I didn't like the feeling of it, just didn't like it. and said, no, thank you. I don't deal with esoteric stuff or Gnostic stuff. Again, people love something they can't really prove. They love it.
Is that right, Carol Gabanowitz? The Ghislaine Redditor thing is fully debunked? I haven't seen that. I've seen Redditors where like the Reddit moderators were like, people stop talking about it. It's not true, blah, blah, blah. But I haven't seen anything where it's that, at least to me, was fully satisfying. I lean towards that not being true, but I'm not sure. And there are some compelling things. But if you have a link, Carol, let me know. I'd be super interested in that.
An Easter egg hunt. They love a scavenger hunt. They love a war game.
Donald Trump loves an Easter egg hunt. That's what QAnon was, basically. The Easter egg hunt, every fucking message was like a bunch of eggs hidden in the bushes. You had to look through each one and try to decipher the code. And that's why Trump wanted. He's like, I would like more Easter egg hunts for my fans.
And they talk about themselves in the Epstein files as like dungeon masters and D&D and gaming theory. That's what it is. But you take a real world of politics.
What? Okay, hang on. Jmail, Dungeon Master. No results found for Dungeon Master. Now, this is a vibe-coded site, and it might be... a lot of times, the search function just totally shits the bed, so I don't know. Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, that's and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons themed webcom... Oh, it's a Kickstarter projects we love email, and not like a personalized one. D&D. Searching. Okay, no, now it's just searching for the letter D. That's not useful. Oh, wait, what's this? There is something with D&D there. My time this AM, D&D. Shall I go to D&D with blank this morning to continue carpet search? Oh, wait. D&D to continue carpet search. What's that mean? It must be a code for something. D&D must mean, should I go to pedophile? The pedophile club. Carpet must mean child. Search must mean sex. Well, we've really stumbled on a new thing. Carpet gate.
And geopolitics and military and culture. And then you create a game version where you control the rules by the inputs. You're the dungeon master.
The fuck is he talking
you're
about?
You're the guy that controls the game.
No, there isn't anything in here. There isn't anything in those about this. I don't get why these guys make shit up about the files when there actually is stuff in there.
You're the guy that is the referee.
He's just so used to being like low effort, making shit up to try to make elites seem worse than they are. He doesn't even appreciate it when he's got a real case of elite pedophilia that he could mine for years. He still is in the same mode.
And now you can direct people believing they're in a secret army or a secret group under the command of the president, and that you're being given secret esoteric knowledge, and in truth, you are in a group created by the president, but then now it's been captured, they tell you, by this other group, and starts doing all this embarrassing and bad stuff, and RFK or JFK Jr.'s coming back, and you'll be at Dealey Plaza, and, Biden's going to...
They did think that that JFK Jr. would be at Dealey Plaza on the anniversary of his father's assassination, and he would be like, I'm still alive and I'm actually working with Q the whole time. That did not happen. One of many QAnon predictions that did not come true. Wild. That's all he kept saying. It's gonna happen. It'll be announced tomorrow night. Hillary Clinton has been arrested and will be executed on live television. That was like the very first thing he said. Nothing but failed fucking predictions, but people still followed him. Crazy.
Going to be executed in public, at the inauguration 2021. None of that's true. None of that's real.
I wonder how many people he's got working for him now. Is he turning the camera on and then walking around to the desk? That's funny to imagine. Nah, I'm pretty sure he's still got a lot of people. He's still pulling in money.
And so I don't know who the good guys are and the bad guys. I'm not blaming anybody because I don't know enough about all the little inside things on it. I just know who started it. I know where it came from.
Seems like he probably doesn't have any writers working for him. I mean, he's got Harrison Smith is still doing the show after him. He's got all these he's definitely got a crew. I don't think to me, this doesn't seem any different than what InfoWars used to be. He's still doing the same shit. Like, he might have people pull articles for him and give him like a bunch of printouts that he can look at. But the guy is like, well, say what you will about him. He is a fucking talented broadcaster. He can just sit in front of a camera with very little preparation and spew bullshit, nonsense, complete, utter baloney from the top of his head for hours every single day. And get an audience watching him and being like, okay, yeah, sure. Oh, wow. What a trustworthy guy. I think I will buy all of his supplements, Like, to me, I don't really see much difference here. This is him as he's always been.
And indeed, it did come out of the first Trump administration. And now that type of thinking is all over the place. And the Democrats have their blue and on.
100%, Mr. E. The attention must have benefited RFK. 100% RFK Jr. Yeah. Because these people they got fucking worms in their brain. They're like, they believe JFK Jr. has some kind of like royal connection to JFK, and like, they it's almost like monarchical. And in the Q lore, and this is kind of true. They think of JFK as very similar to Trump in that they're both presidents that the elites did not want to win and did not expect to win. And I actually agree with that. I mean, obviously JFK is very different than Trump. Like JFK was a Democrat. Trump is a insane fascist, but they were both, if you look at the election of JFK in 1960, I believe, extremely close. And he was running against Nixon. Everyone expected Nixon to win. And Nixon was the guy, he was going to Bohemian Grove. He was a big dude. Was he Eisenhower's VP? Is that right? Yeah, he was somebody's vice president. He was kind of like the guy that people were expecting. Same kind of thing with Hillary Clinton and Trump. No one expected Trump to win. Elites were all like, oh, it's her. I'm with her. It's a time for the women to have a turn, whatever. And then Trump won. And so they sort of look at Trump and JFK as these two identical kind of figures. And that is what helped a lot of the lone gunman guys, the old boomers who got really into that JFK assassination theory. That is what drew them. That was part of their contribution to the lore of Q, is to thinking of Trump and JFK as part of the same project. And they bring in these other guys, JFK Jr., RFK Jr. So when RFK Jr. joins the Trump team in 2020, was it? No, it was 2024, right? It was perfect. It was a perfect match. And they got to really do this thing that the conspiracy world loves to do, where they're like, it's not about left and right, okay? It's about bottom versus top, And it's like, okay, so RFK Jr. and Trump are both top, though. They're both like fucking elite, like extremely wealthy, fucking inherited wealth families. But okay, yeah, they're with us though. Anyway, yeah, it was a really serendipitous connection there. Non sequitur, but I will say, even though RFK sucks, he's one of the only people who willingly aired out all his Jeffrey Epstein connections, basically unprompted. So honestly, true. Like, well, I did meet with Jeffrey Epstein. I flew on his plane. I never said I was a Boy Scout. They're like, you've been accused of rape by. He's like, well, I never said I was perfect. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. RFK Jr. and Trump are tops. No, that's not what I meant. No. Yeah. I remember the first time I heard RFK Jr.'s voice was on JFK documentary. I think it was Oliver Stone's documentary. And was it? Yeah, anyway, he's on a bunch. But and he's talking about how his father died and his uncle died or whatever. And I just thought he was on the verge of tears the whole time. I was like, damn, this guy seems like he's constantly about to cry. My father, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh man, because I didn't know that guys talk like that. I didn't know that guys had that kind of a voice. But sometimes they I don't know. Sometimes they talk like that. Sometimes guys talk like they're about to cry. 100% of the time. And there was a problem with the. I think it was the Jews' fault. I'm losing it. Sometimes I can do pretty good, RFK Jr. Anyway, listen, it's not about him. It's about Alex Jones. What's he talking about now? God. Okay. All right. We're almost done here. We got like 5 minutes left. Let's see if we can get it through.
And you deserve to know what it is.
Yeah.
And so that's the facts, and that's what I told you. And then when
thanks for telling us now. Thanks for telling us 10 years after this all happened, after full-throated support for the guy running the QAnon PSYOP that you knew about this whole time. Cool, yeah, man. Yeah, really cool that you are now open about this. You guys deserve the truth, and I hope nobody got hurt by this. Like, I hope nobody's family was torn apart by their belief in a completely fabricated, horrific, modern iteration of a blood libel conspiracy, specifically directed at the Democrats and our political enemies. A complete fucking made up, zero evidence-free accusations of pedophilia, cannibalism, and Satan worship that was purely a political expedient to bring forward the authoritarian takeover of a government that we're witnessing now. And I hope everybody's, can take this information now before it becomes a big deal and can use it to help the movement. You guys deserve to know. QAnon, Pizzagate, that was all fake. That was all fake. Steve Bannon made it up. Yeah, they thought that you guys would hear it and be like, wow, I believe that. And I was basically the vessel, the knowing vessel that knew it was fake, but still said it on the show as if it was real and did a lot of episodes about it. And I just thought you guys deserve to know. So that's my integrity. And yes, I did just, lose my show because Donald Trump stopped protecting me. But that has nothing to do with it. I would have done this anyway. Just takes me about a decade to kind of really think through my options and be like, well, should I tell people or should I not? I was really dealing with a lot of stuff. You gotta have patience with me.
And so that's the facts, and that's what I told you. And then when the people at the White House that created it told me it's not good now, I come out and say it's not good now, and then I get attacked. Was that
what do you mean they told you it's not good now? What are you talking about?
Even a setup to get them to attack me? I don't know. But we'll be back with the Kurt Metzger clip that got me going on this. Stay with us. So I'm not giving out any confidences here because this is already basically coming out. People figured it out. It's in the Epstein files.
What's in the Epstein files? What the fuck are you talking about?
But now I want Bannon and other people who have the rest of the answers to explain themselves. That's all. Because I'm not, all I know is Epstein's involved. What? That's a whole other ball game. And then now I'm very suspicious about how the whole thing played out and what I was told and what was done. So here's some headlines. Epstein met with 4chan's founder just as the site's infamous political threat.
This is what I'm talking about, right? This is what the people do. They print out articles and they staple them together. Like, Jones doesn't use a computer. Yeah, he's not like me with an Obsidian board or my million tabs open with different things to look at. Alex Jones, he just has people print out articles and staple them together and spread them out across his desk. And he'll be like, and we've got the evidence right here. And he'll just kind of pick it up and wave it at the camera. And he won't show you what it is a lot of the time, or, he won't read it. But he's like, as you can see, get the camera in here on on the article. Epstein met with the 4chan founder, and then from there he's like, and that's how we know Epstein knew 8chan, 4chan. They're the same thing, I'm pretty sure, and the founder of them is the same guy, right? It was an 8chan. Well, I don't know what happened to 5, 6, 7chan, but there is a lot of chans out there. There's many chans. There's one guy. He met with Epstein. I'm gonna assume they're the guys that did Pizzagate and Q.
Fred began. Yeah, that's all true. And there's all these hundreds of emails, them talking about it, meeting and Bannon and all the rest of it right when I was contacted and all this stuff went on.
You think Alex has read all these things? No. He's already said shit in this fucking segment that makes no sense and is not in any of these articles.
Here's just some of the headlines if you want to look all this stuff up.
Here's some of the headlines if you just want to read these headlines and do what I do, is just assume what the story is. This is what research is to me. This is what I think it means to be an investigative journalist.
So,
a lot of times I just kind of scroll drudge and I read their, summaries of the articles and I think, oh, wow, now I understand.
If you go back to
I come with receipts. I got receipts here.
Operation Trust with the White Russians and the Tsars, they had a secret society against themselves so they could recruit everybody into it and then control the opposition.
Miracle.
You just go to Wikipedia and look up Operation Trust. We put that on screen.
Put that on screen so one of you guys put Operation Trust. It's on Wikipedia.
So, again, I don't know.
It's not Wikipedia, by the way. It's Grokpedia. It's Grokpedia. Put it on.
All the specifics. I don't know all the details. All I know is I told you years ago what it was. I told you.
I don't know what it is, but I did. I know I did a segment where I talked about it years ago, and I think it's somehow relevant here. But you look it up. I can't remember.
I was told. I told you it came out of the White House. Now I'm naming names. And if people want to say what I've said is inaccurate, then please elaborate. Because
you say you don't trust Grok? It's one thing to say you don't trust me. When you come after Grok, now we got a problem. Now you and I got a problem.
This is a big deal. Now here's what Kurt Metzger said on the full interview. He went into it more. He's on the show next week, but he figured it out just reading the emails. So I contacted him, and he's sending me over a dossier of more.
Now you can check this out on Mecha Hitlerpedia. All right, Mecha Hitlerpedia is my number one source.
Research him and his team are putting together. He also co-hosts with Jimmy Dore.
My number one. He's, you know what's the thing with the Alex Jones impression that I got to start doing is when he is trying to suppress a burp in the middle of a sentence. You know, you got to know about what happened in Tsarist Russia. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
And we're just research him and his team are putting together. He also co-hosts with Jimmy Dore. And we're just researching this and throwing this out to all of you to research it and see what you come up with to try to understand what it was really all about and where it's all going. And this type of technology of game theory they're using in politics to create a copy of the real thing, but to manipulate the general political system with that to then interface with the real political system.
For sure he's been watching Professor Jang.
Once you've created a false template that you control as the dungeon master.
It is amazing how he's able to, like the way his mind works is he's just able to kind of vaguely read a lot of stuff and then combine it with all the fucking pilled shit he read as a teenager from his dad's fucking John Birch Society library, you know, and he just has it all floating around in there, and he's just always able to improvise some crazy bullshit that sort of sounds like something based on the shit he's read his entire life. It really is amazing. And there will be no way to mark it all down and connect all the dots because he does it so much day after day. It is quite something. Almost nobody could do this. Almost nobody who has the ability to do what Alex Jones does. And you gotta give it up for him.
Master, here's Kurt Metzger.
This is not a LARP. It's not a LARP, dude. This is
okay, you know what? So it is, he didn't misspeak earlier. I thought he said it was on Jimmy Dore's show, but it looks like it's Kurt Metzger and Duncan Trussell on the same show. Is that on Jimmy Dore? Anyway, I don't know.
Actual religion.
Can I explain it to you? I'd love to. Okay, so the LARP of it. So as you know, QAnon was invented by Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon. It's in the files.
Wrong.
The precursor to QAnon.
You can't just fucking say this shit. You can't just say it's in the files and not show your work. It's not in the files. It is not. It fully isn't in the files. You want to see the files? No. You said it's in the files. Let's go look at the files. Let's go look at the files. Which one was it that had this in it? 4chan. Let's go look at the files. Okay. What's in the files? Well, we know that Jeffrey Epstein met with Moot on, that would be October 20th, 2011. Fun. Also met some interesting people. There's a cool guy, kid, that you should meet. Oh, sorry. This is from Boris Nikolic, one of Bill Gates' advisors and a Russian connect that was close friends with Epstein. He's sending, you should meet fucking Christopher Poole. He sent him this on October 20th. That's Moot, the guy who founded 4chan. We have Poll. We know Poll was founded on October 23rd. Okay, 3 days after this email from Boris. You should meet with Moot. And then on October 24th, he goes, how did you like Moot? To Epstein. Epstein goes, I liked Mehmet a lot. I drove him home. He is very bright. Okay. He liked Mehmet. All right. He drove him home. He's very bright. What kind of conversation did they have? I don't know. It sounds like they were hanging out somewhere with probably other people. And then Epstein's like, you want to ride? And he drove him home. Talked to him a little bit more. Doesn't seem like he really had, does that seem like he had enough interaction time with Moot to be like, by the way, I think you should start a board called Poll and you should market it as the trash bin for 4chan where all the Nazis and shit get dumped because they're banned from all the other boards. But actually, it'll eventually become the most popular board on the site, and then we can run psyops through it, like the fucking Pizzagate. I got this idea for Pizzagate and QAnon, which will actually make me look really bad. But the important thing is it ties Democrat politicians to my crimes and actually makes them even worse and satanic and blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, that's fucking ridiculous. Obviously, that didn't happen. Now, fucking Boris goes, he will be a friend. Oh, B. FYI, he is one of the greatest hackers. No, he's not. Mood is not one of the greatest hackers. Mood is a guy who started 4chan when he was a teenager. He's not a hacker in any way. I forgot before Bill said, oh my goddaughter. He's very sensitive, so be Gentile. Yeah. And then he sends him this. This is after. He goes, this article describes why I find Moot interesting. This is from Boris, again, to Epstein. The potential for manipulation is huge. And he sends him this article, 4chan users seize the internet's power for mass disruptions. So there's some crazy shit in here. And it's like very interesting that Epstein is talking to Boris Nikolic, Bill Gates' advisor, about how to use 4chan to manipulate people and to mass coordinated disruption campaigns and manipulate political events, like whatever we want to use. That is interesting. I'm not saying that Epstein didn't find that interesting too. I don't know if he ever did anything. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. But like, there's so little here to say like Epstein created 4chan. Like Epstein did it. QAnon is created by Epstein in 4chan. It's in the fucking Epstein files. No, it's not. It isn't. This is what he's talking about. I know. This is what he's talking about. It's not at all what he says. Boris is around. Begin forwarded message. Okay, so this was from. I'm guessing. I actually don't know who this is from, but they forwarded a message to Epstein from Moot, and the message from Moot was to somebody else saying, "Hi, blank. Sorry for missing this. I've been off email for the past few weeks in an attempt to catch up with the rest of life. Hoping to see Boris at TED and hope to see Jeffrey in New York." Okay. So he was hoping, he had made plans to see Jeffrey in New York. We don't know if he actually did. We know that Moot was on his, where was it? Here's what Moot looks like, by the way, if you're unfamiliar with the guy. But there was another thing. Oh, it's here somewhere. I don't know. There was another thing here where Moot was scheduled to meet Epstein on his island, but it's unclear if that ever happened. Moot claims it didn't. Anyway, I don't know. Epstein did seem to use 4chan a lot. We know that here's the Five Nights at Freddy's porn that he sent to his girlfriend, Karina Sholiak. He sent various other boards and images to his friends. Impossible to say, at least as far as I know. I looked for all of these links on various 4chan archive sites. The only one that's up is the Five Nights at Freddy's one. But most of them are from the, I think, like porn board, the Sexy Beautiful Women board. I think that's what that is. What else? Oh, and we also know that 4chan was on Epstein's bookmarks. This is just a screenshot of Epstein's email. The very top left, right after Google News, 4chan. So Epstein seems to like the 4chan site, but to say Epstein did QAnon, what the fuck? How would that make sense? How would that make sense? That doesn't make any sense at all. Why would Epstein do? I'm not saying that sorry. I just don't see why Epstein would create this fucking psyop that makes him look like a demon. Like Epstein looks bad, and Pizzagate drew attention to Epstein, who had mostly flown under the radar, right? Even after his trial, people weren't talking about Epstein. There's no articles about Epstein. Alex Jones was talking about Epstein in 2016 during Pizzagate. In 2016, like Julia K. Brown wasn't right until 2018. The very first Pizzagate post mentions the Lolita Express. Why would Epstein want that? Anyway, we're rapidly approaching a 1 hour mark for this 20-minute video. I mean, I actually don't know how long we've been watching it for, but yeah, no, we're almost at an hour, I think.
QAnon. Jeff,
Yeah,
too.
so
the LARP of it. So as you know, QAnon was invented by Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon. It's in the files.
Fucking stupid. And I think he actually thinks that's true, but it's not. And Alex Jones is fucking this is Alex Jones's research. He doesn't fucking fact check anything. Why would he? His whole thing's made up off the top of his head. This guy's half remembering a tweet he saw and being like, as we know, it's in the files. Epstein created Q. No, it very isn't. Yeah, Epstein was actually behind his investigation the whole time. Yeah. Detective Rick Carey from the Palm Beach Police, that was actually Epstein himself in a rubber mask pretending to investigate him. Yeah, Epstein was actually the guy Epstein actually was Hillary Clinton. Mm-hmm. Yeah, believe it or not, Epstein actually was Bill Clinton. That was all the photos of them together. Those are AI. Like these are all fucking stupid. And I'm not saying that there isn't weird shit going on with Epstein and 4chan. He used the site a lot, and Boris Nikolic, who was a very important guy in Epstein's life, connected to Bill Gates, connected to Putin. He was telling Epstein that 4chan would be very useful for manipulation. But neither of them seemed to really understand what 4chan was at the time and what Moot was. Like, who was Moot? Anyway, sorry, I'll just let it play.
Precursor to QAnon was called Cicada. And that's
was the one I was trying to remember. Cicada was the ARG. Yeah.
An online puzzle.
I remember that.
That was a beta test of QAnon.
No shit.
Not proven, but there's an interesting connection.
Epstein's a big gamer, you'll notice. And when he's talking about
Epstein's not a big gamer.
MK Ultra shit.
Yeah.
Jay Dyer was talking to this chick, Courtney Smith or Brown. Very, very good guest we should get. And he was like, I think you're the first person but no, I was on this podcast that no one's ever seen. I brought it up. So a lot of video game creators involved because here, I'll put it this way. I learned this about Jehovah's Witnesses that I was in. So Jehovah's Witnesses, there's not like a head guy that you worship like a god or anything, you know. The founder, Charles Taze Russell from the Russell bloodline, and that's important because your final OTO or Golden Dawn or whatever thing is to invent a religion. That's your final class project.
Yeah.
All of these, especially what LeVay was doing, all of them, they're all.
Does Epstein ever mention MK Ultra? I mean, I know he talks about that Burundanga plant or whatever it's called, the golden trumpet or something. He mentions that. But yeah, no, I mean, no, I think he's just throwing another conspiracy on the pile. It's in the Epstein files. Actually, in the Epstein files.
All of them are
Epstein is sort of Fight Club scenario. Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Where is my mind?
About slavery. So basically, when they talk about being a rebel and this and that, they mean for them. And if you're too stupid to see it, you deserve to be a slave. That's why one of the secret commandments of Satanism is don't be stupid, literally. I got this from Mark Passio, the ex of A. He had a grotto in Philly.
What do you mean he had a grotto? What do you mean a grotto?
Your
asking the important questions, Duncan Trussell. Thank you. It's not saying like, what does Satanism have to do with it? What is that? All that shit's bullshit. What we need to know is, what do you mean by grotto? Specifically, define your terms, sir. What kind of grotto? Like a cave?
It's called a grotto in the LeVay Church.
That's what they call their churches? Grottos?
Did
not know that.
Called a grotto.
At church? When's Pendleton Ward going to do the fucking animated version of this? I can't wait for the new season of Midnight Gospel.
Like the Playboy Mansion had. Yeah, a grotto.
Oh.
An underground fuck palace. It's
El Grotto.
Okay. Serpent shit. Anyway, they're not. LeVay's not an atheist. If you're an atheist, okay, you could be a Satanist who's an atheist. There's all kinds. Sam Harris, for example. You don't have to.
Sam Harris is a Satanist?
De facto, automatically de facto.
What the fuck is he talking about? Oh my God.
From your interpretation, he's a Satanist.
No, Satanism is about being. First of all, Sam Harris, no free will. He supports.
That's a fucking philosophical thing. That doesn't have anything to do with Satanism.
All kinds of objective physical evils, such as killing and shit. That's de facto Satanism. The good thing about Satanism.
But he wouldn't call himself a Satanist.
Not anyone who supports killing is a Satanist. That's crazy. Everyone supports killing in some circumstances, I think. Right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but like, I think there are some situations where you have to be like, yeah, I would kill a guy. Oh, you're a Satanist then, de facto.
Well, you don't have to.
This guy is so dumb. I actually didn't realize how dumb Kurt Metzger was. He's got maybe one more brain cell than Duncan Trussell, but like, wow.
What's so great about Satanism?
What?
It's just pure materialism. You don't have to believe in nothing. That's fine. Believe in you. You're God. You understand the appeal?
But I mean, I'm just saying, like, Sam Harris, like, most Satanists I've met.
Oh, is it too loud? Okay, hang on. 15 to 20% louder. Let me know. Here, I'll take it down. 20.
I will come back with Jay Dyer to talk about this on the other side. But I told you where it came from. That's a fact. We'll be right back.
Hi, folks. Doc Big.
Okay, and I think that's it. So this looks like the AI portion of the show. I'm going to let AI take over from here. Wait, is the last part just one still image? Oh, no, it's not. It's not. It's just Twitter's being weird. Oh, Alex Jones, he loves AI so much, and like a lot of his segments are still like, AI's taking over, we gotta be really frightened of AI. Now here's a 10-minute AI compilation of things that I made. Well, very fun app I have. I'm not exactly sure what powers it, but I'm able to type in, do a video of me in the 50s running around, and please have a cartoon Russian communist pouring poison into the water supply. That's literally what this is. Oh my God. Jeez. All right. Well, that was a wild ride. It's always two dumb podcasters telling each other exactly. Everyone I don't like is automatically a Satanist. Yeah. Oh, so you're a de facto Satanist if you support killing? Okay. And you don't believe in free will? All right. Okay. I read Sam Harris's book on free will back in the day, and I remember I found the argument pretty convincing. We're not the authors of our own streams of consciousness. You know, our thoughts are dictated by a combination of genetics and life experience. Free will is an illusion. All right. And how could you ever disprove that? Does that make me a Satanist? I don't know. Like, I guess like free will is an important thing in the Bible. In the Christian Bible, it's like, oh, God gave us free will. Yada, yada, yada. I was like, well, when did you ever choose what kind of person you'd be? It's like, I make choices, or at least it seems like I make choices. But isn't that just the end result of all the fucking marbles tumbling down their little fucking marble paths in my mind, all these like neural whatever connections, all my synapse firings that I didn't construct. I didn't create my brain. My brain was originally created by division of cells from being a fetus. And then when I came up, I didn't create the world around me that influenced me and caused certain things to form and certain values of mine to be whatever, figured out. And whenever I make a choice, isn't that just this? Like when I'm thinking, when I have a stream of consciousness, when I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm streaming and let me just move my microphone a little bit and let me try to say something funny. It's been a while since I made a joke. Okay, here's a joke. Like if I were to look at like a typed out version of my stream of consciousness of like every thought I've had all day, you know, all my life, it's like, I didn't write that. Like I'm mostly like sitting in my head looking at a screen that's just like pumping this out. I'm seeing it. I'm having feelings. I'm having emotions. But am I writing it? Do I really have free will? I don't know. I mean, I think that it's kind of a weird question. It's kind of like free will is a concept that we came up with before we really understood how things worked. You know, what's a soul? Do I have a soul? I don't really think so. I don't think souls really exist either. But I think that there are some situations where we can use spiritual terminology to describe things that we maybe couldn't with that, you know, with scientific terms. Like, how are we supposed to describe a soul or a free will scientifically or whatever? If I'm analytical, I only believe in science. I think there are things where you're like, you know, you're taking away my free will or whatever. Oh, you're not allowing me to express my free will. Oh, this job is bad for my soul. Like, you know, people know what you mean when you say that, but at the end of the day, do they really exist? I would have to say probably not. But then again, I don't know. I will just have to ask the people at my satanic coven. I mean, at my God church. That's what it's called, right? Just kidding. Oh my God, Alex Jones has evolved into Krusty the Clown. All his arguments in Nietzsche, classic Satanist. Yeah, he's even got the cartoons now. Well, at least they were able to desaturate these so it doesn't have the yellow tinge. Harris used to be much more of a curious scientist. Now he just hates on Islam full time. I mean, he always hated on Islam. You read his first book, which I also read back in the day, The End of Faith. It's his big atheist book. I think it's the biggest book he ever wrote. He wrote this book, and then after that, he's like, I don't like writing long books anymore because no one reads them all. And now I just write short books because more people read those, which honestly fair. But also seems kind of lazy from an academic standpoint. But okay. But no, yeah. End of Faith, he goes way harder on Islam than he does anybody else. Dawkins was good when he wrote about biology. Pinker was good when he wrote about linguistics. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he was. Problem is people tell him you're a good writer, successful. They start writing about other things. Yeah, you become a public intellectual and people just are like, oh, you're a smart guy. What do you think about this? You know? The only guy who could ever pull that off was Chomsky. Chomsky, RIP his reputation, but he was genuinely smart in at least 2 areas. Unlike Steven Pinker, he was smart in linguistics and in politics. Anyway, what? Well, how do people react to this Q video? This person says, fake news. QAnon, or Anons are not mentioned or referred to anywhere in the Epstein files. Fair. And this is the guy I played before of videos of Alex Jones saying various things about QAnon. Oh, the guy from Q Lounge Live says, I disagree. Watch this series for a deep dive into Q. Mr. Truth Bomb says, no. Q was a psyop based on the Book of Revelation. Okay. That's kind of true, actually. That is kind of true. I don't know why you would say it's a Kabbalistic psyop. The fuck are you talking about? Huh? Wow, how did you make saying Q was a psyop even more insane? Kabbalist Aleister Crowley wrote to a friend. Oh, geez. L. Ron Hubbard. Oh, everybody. The gang's all here. Leslie Donald Epstein. What? Wrote The King of the Jews about a man whose name is I.C. Trumpelman, who is called a magician. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness gracious. Satan severed. Maria Abramovich. Oh, wow. Okay, the whole thing's here. QAnon was a psyop, but Marina Abramovich is a satanic witch from Pizzagate. Yeah. Boris Nikolic, an advisor to Bill Gates, introduced Jeffrey Epstein to Christopher Poole, known as Moot, the founder of 4chan. Yep, true. Just days after the meeting, he highlighted 4chan's huge... See, at least this guy is reading a couple of the files, not just saying shit. Oh, I mean, he also is saying shit. Oh, the original spelling of Kabbalah... That's right, it's Quabala with a Q. Wow, yeah, no, this is like, oh my God, it's so long. Jesus. The least we can say is the Book of Revelation was written by a Jewish mystic numerologist, and QAnon basically tells the same story. Oh boy. Yeah, I know. In fairness, Joe Goblin, you're a redhead. Alex would say you're automatically a Satanist. I'm actually blonde. I'm blonde on my head. I'm red on my beard. I'm a ginger. All right. I'm not always a ginger. Sometimes I shave. And then I'm just blonde again. I'm ginger fluid. I got it. I got them all. I got them all. Not that there's anything wrong with being ginger. Listen. In fact, I actually respect gingers more than I respect, fence sitters like myself, because I never got bullied for it as a kid. I think that is the thing. Yeah, exactly. Calling him a redhead is stolen valor. Yeah, I saw how the people treated the ginger kids. I probably even joined in. I didn't. Did I? Probably at some point I was like, oh, gingers have no souls. Remember South Park? But I didn't know I was ginger until I grew a beard. I knew I was pale. I've always been pale like a ginger. But anyway, sorry. This is too long for me to be talking about this. Should I say something to sum this all up? I probably should, eh? Well, we've all learned a valuable lesson from this Alex Jones QAnon video, and that's that we should always listen to Chill Goblin, and everyone should watch the Pizzagate video I made, because it turned out I was right. Pizzagate was a psyop, and Alex Jones was in on it. Cool. That's gonna be all for me, I think. Gang, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Listen, I do it for you guys. We're trying our best over here. You guys make it worthwhile. Try and give the stream a like or something. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Hype it. That's like a thing, right? There's a new thing you can do, hyping. I don't fully get it, but Goblin Queen told me that maybe some people can do it, where you get like 3 hypes a week. Maybe it's only if you're a YouTube member. I don't know. But if you can do that, maybe don't do it to this one. Maybe do it to like one of my videos. Maybe those are what we need to get people watching. And aside from that, I'll see you guys on Wednesday at the thing. This guy pretty much gets it.
I had the spanking there at the end, and I certainly enjoyed it.
I thought it was entertaining and informative.
Nice. We've got all kinds of shit on thing. Not seeing a hype option. I ain't know how you do it. Oh, you can only hype on mobile? Oh, that's so weird. Whatever. Okay. But we'll see you guys next week. And until then,
fangs forward, faith up.
And
bottoms up. And the double laughs.
And don't forget,
you were fucked forever. There is another Chill Goblin Hippies.
Once again, we will say
that was a ball-faced lie.
Nice. I got so many great drops. I got to use these more. All right, gang. Oh, you know what? There is one. Sorry. Oh, it's right. Ready to go. I realized there's one thing I forgot to say. There's one thing I forgot to say that actually is important. Hang on. Sorry, this won't make any sense if you didn't see the first thing I did about the, what's it called? The first thing I did about, what were they called again? Oh, yeah, the Pleiadians. Hang on now. Trump with Pleiadians. There we go. Okay, hang on. Okay. Let me just place us there, and then I'll go right after this. We won't do another big, long goodbye. But I do want this to be in the Pleiadian video. So, so remember how I was talking about this weird moment when this guy was like, actually, the Pleiadians, these are not aliens. They are actually the King's Guard of Norway. Remember that whole thing? So you're probably wondering, did this guy just make up the allegation that these are the King's Guard of Norway? Like, is that where this came up? I did find out where this came from. I did find out where this allegation came from. It was actually Grok. On June 13th, Wisdom in Buddhism asked, Grok, what is happening here? And Grok fully hallucinates the answer, trying to debunk it, goes, it's old 2018 footage, not a new leaked photo. Trump is greeting Norway's King's Guard, Kongens Guard, during King Harold V's White House visit. I guess that's the 5th. Their red ceremonial uniforms with gold details and long blonde hair look dramatic in the blurry clip. That's why it's being sensationalized as mysterious unknown figures for clicks. Public events already widely reported back then. So there you go. There's a reason why you should not ever trust Grok or any AI. Just fucking Google it. Just Google it. Don't ask AI. They will, if they can't find an answer, they'll make shit up and they'll sound very authoritative. But I don't think Grok made this. A human took this and made this, which is crazy. Anyway, bonus content. Another one. Nordics, bottoms up, the devil laughs. We're going to, hype is the AstroTurf button. AstroTurf the fuck out of this shit. We gotta do it. Gang, that's the shit I'm talking about.
Bottoms up and the devil laughs.
Bottoms up and the devil laughs. Monster Energy Drink. Mark of the Beast. Blah, evil. And now I will go.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I mean, goblin jokes years ago, they became super viral, so whatever. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin vomit, slop, and blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.